Hello everyone. First of all, I apologize for not being there because I'm a bit sick. So welcome to Turkey and welcome to ELSA event organized by Sabancı University and supported by QTurkey. As a representative of QTurkey, today I'm going to talk about shortly how Grassroots can contribute to the social and ethical dimension of ELSA, and I will do this through the case of QTurkey. Let me briefly introduce myself. I have background in math and computer science. I completed my PhD in 2019, and then afterwards I jumped into the field of quantum computing through a workshop I joined, which was co-organized by Zeki. It was a quantum programming workshop. And afterwards, we founded QTurkey, and since then I am part of QTurkey. I am also founder and president of Quantum Technologies Association, currently I'm working at a startup based in Finland called Algorithmiq, which is in the field of quantum computing for life sciences, and also I'm an instructor at Sabancı University. Shortly about QTurkey, it's founded in 2019. Zeki and me are two of the co-founders, and it is one of the Q cousins under Q World Global Network. So there are over 30 Q, which we call them Q cousins, local communities in different countries, and it's a volunteer-driven organization. We have students working voluntarily. Also, we are volunteering, and our mission is to raise awareness in Turkey in this field and to make this field more accessible, especially to youth and women, and to guide the newcomers and be a hub for people who are interested in this field, and to bring together and encourage people and increasing the interest in quantum technologies. So what are we doing as QTurkey? First of all, we are trying to increase awareness, as I mentioned, and we are providing education. We are doing this through quantum programming workshops. So this is our main kind of event, and this is how we started. And we are also time to time organizing events for high school students for quantum physics. We are organizing seminars. We are organizing educations for trainers, and we are organizing conferences and events. And as an outcome of the quantum programming workshops, then we are organizing some hackathons, for instance. And we have another goal, like outreach and engagement. And we are achieving this through our quantum journal. I guess this is one of the first in the world. We have a dedicated journal named Quantium, and we have five. We have five of them right now. We are organizing popular science talks to reach a general audience. We have an online platform. We are publishing their Turkish news in the field of quantum technologies and also some original articles. And we have student branches currently in 19 universities. And those students at their universities are organizing events, and they're also contributing to QTurkey events. And also as QTurkey, we are kind of a bridge between academia students, industry, and governmental research institutes. We are trying to bring all of them together. So we are trying to connect them. And I think the best example to this can be the event we organized last weekend. This was the 5th of Quantum Days we have been organizing since 2020. And there we had representatives from governmental research institutes. We had representatives from industry, from academia, and also young people from even high schools and universities. And there were over like 300 participants to the event for the 2 days. I think this is our biggest achievement, that we are able to bring people together. And also we are allowing young people to enter into the field and connect them to the other parties. We have been also trying to organize special events for women. This is since 2020. We have been organizing, for instance, some programming workshops only for women. And also we have been organizing some seminars. So we call this Q Women Initiative. We are trying to make it active, but of course, like we are, as I mentioned, we are trying to do many stuff at the same time. But for instance, last March, we organized an event named Women in Quantum, where around 20 women joined and shared their experiences, how they entered into the field, what are they working on, and it was really inspiring for other women as well, and we got really positive feedback from them, and they said it was really nice to hear how other women are how other women entered to the field, and what difficulties they faced, and this was really inspiration for other women as well. And finally, why all those matter for ELSA? So first of all, we are contributing to accessibility and inclusivity, and we are doing this through organizing events for women, for high school students. For instance, our content programming workshops don't require any background other than basic knowledge of some linear algebra and programming, which is making it accessible to high school students even, and also people who are not coming from, for instance, physics background. We have been organizing quantum technologies chats. This is a series of YouTube videos where we are interviewing some people who used to be in Turkey and now they're abroad, and we are learning from them. How did they accomplish this? What was their career path? And I think this is kind of a guidance for other young people, and helping making the field more accessible to young people who don't know where to start. Community building, we are doing this through both our student branches, and also we have a community under QTurkey. So the most visible example is the number of participants we had at this event. So I guess right now, currently, there's a community in Turkey in this field. I think our contribution cannot be like underestimated. Of course, education and awareness, and we are doing this through our events, workshops, both workshops and seminars. And as I mentioned, we are acting as a bridge between different parties like industry, governmental research institutes, and students. All those contribute, I believe, to the social aspect of ELSA. And plus, there's another aspect, which is the ethical aspect. And I guess here we are contributing there by countering overhype and promoting correct information. So, for instance, on the bottom left, you see an article where it is talking about Google's willow chip and quantum advantage, and being realistic about quantum advantage. So not going behind the hype, but thinking about it in a more realistic way. So we are always trying to emphasize this, that we should be realistic, but we should not be going behind overhype. And also promoting correct information. Of course, the word quantum is used by many people in many wrong ways. For instance, quantum healing, quantum health, quantum diet, and so on. And we're also trying to fight with this, not always directly, but by promoting the correct knowledge. And I believe those 2 points also contribute to the ethical aspect of ELSA. Thanks for listening. I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. And thanks to all organizers for organizing this event.
Thanks a lot, Zeki. First of all, I'm very, very happy I can be here. I'm equally happy that I can be here, but also most importantly, very sad that I can't be with you in person. It is snow raining here as I talk, so I'm very jealous weather-wise, but most importantly, community-wise. Unfortunately, last-minute family issues prevented me from being with you in Istanbul. However, I'm very grateful also to the organizers that this virtual participation is possible. I always know it's an additional strain on you, so I want to be thankful for that right away. So as Zeki mentioned, the session is to sort of give an overview of ethical, legal, and societal issues related to quantum computing based on our research. Now, you will see that I join from GESDA, the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator. We're a think tank and a do tank based in Geneva, where we bridge the world of science and diplomacy. And one of the things we've been working on is the Open Quantum Institute that I'll speak about later. But most of the research that I'm talking about today is actually based on my previous role where I led the responsible quantum research at IBM Research. So I founded a group to look into what responsible quantum computing is and can be. And I led that for 5 years. So a lot of this is a continuity from that research. And what I want to do today is highlight some of the main issues that I see. I focus on quantum computing, but I think this is where the discussions are really great. Quite a few of them are transversal across the quantum technologies, but I want to highlight that kind of I have this technological focus because in particular around timelines, I think it's also important that we're being very differentiated and are making very clear where some of these issues do not apply or might be more easily to be resolved with some of the other quantum technologies. So without further ado, you've seen the slide, and I think there's a little bit of lag. Oh, no, it's okay. So as you know, and as in particular, we're just coming back from COP. We're a very small planet with problems that far supersede us. So as being such a small planet, we've made ourselves rather big problems. Among those problems are, of course, the climate crisis, pandemics that are hitting us being too slow in terms of finding new medicines to discover that. And we're kind of at a crossroad where we can choose which future with quantum computing we want. So we can choose between a future where we use quantum computing in order to accelerate drug discovery, where we use it to discover new molecules that will enable us to store carbon much more efficiently and also accelerate that process significantly. I heard we have material science researchers in the rooms, so really accelerate that research significantly, where we optimize the way renewables are integrated into the electrical grids and so on. So essentially, where we use this the power that this computing technology gives us and also the new paradigm of computing to solve some of our biggest and currently intractable problems. Or we could also look into choose a quantum future where we're doomed to be afraid of the risk of quantum computers breaking our encryption, where some speak of the quantum apocalypse, and where we're being told that we should be very afraid of this computing technology. Where I think we're all seeing the news, we're talking a lot of tech bubbles where we're talking this technology into kind of almost a valley of death, or having this bubble kind of burst in the wake of the general tech bubble bursting, and generally either being afraid or kind of talking it dead and thinking it dead before it even properly started. So I think we're at a very important crossroad where, as a society, we can choose which future we want. And sort of the first observation that I'm making is that we're having these discussions about the choice that we're having much earlier on than we had those discussions with other technologies. Some find it premature, and this is kind of the challenges I faced in industry. We'll speak about that tomorrow as well, that these discussions are being seen as premature. But I think from a societal perspective and the perspective of research, I think it's important that we're having these discussions now, and I think we couldn't have them early enough. So this in mind, and you've mentioned it already, this year has been an incredibly special year for quantum computing and quantum in general. So you will remember that just about a month ago, the Nobel Prize in Physics went to John Clark, Michel de Vaury, and John Martinez for the discoveries that actually laid the foundations for superconducting qubits. So that's, of course, a very significant achievement, but also there's been incredible achievements. So this is a little in the quantum computing achievements in terms of the hardware, that with new quantum error correction protocols, new roadmaps towards fault-tolerant quantum computing have been confirmed, also by recent announcements just this week. And in terms of the software, we have new quantum algorithms that use much less computational resources. So in general, we really see an acceleration in terms of the advances and a confirmation of the industry and also research roadmaps. So it's really been a significant year for quantum computing. And then also, I think we should not forget this interesting moment also in terms of, how the stock markets and everything reacted to what happened between Jensen Huang at NVIDIA suggesting earlier this year that useful quantum computers are about 20 years away, and then he invited quite a number of quantum companies to NVIDIA that were able to change his mind, and now he says that we can solve some interesting problems in the coming years. And then a lot of you will also remember this memorable week in September where about $2 billion were invested in quantum hardware companies. And of course, this is only a snapshot, and I'm not being comprehensive here. But all in all, quantum had quite a year this year. So this just to justify my statement as to why we couldn't be earlier in terms of talking about the societal, legal, and ethical impacts of quantum. However, at the same time, there is what I want to start calling the responsibility gap. So we see, in a way, the technological progress, and this is not meant to be a scientific map, a scientific graph, but more an illustration. So the technological progress making its advancements, but you could argue that the ethical frameworks, that they're kind of not advancing as fast. And the question is, do they need to advance as fast, or do we need to narrow this gap by making the technological progress, quote unquote, aware of the ethical frameworks? So I don't want to suggest that necessarily we need to change these ethical frameworks, but rather that we need to bridge the gap by having the two lines here talk to each other. And so what I want to do now is kind of highlight some of the challenges, and also, if we have time, go into how to possibly address these. So as a kind of background also, and we looked into the history as to why we're celebrating 100 years of quantum computing, I also want to kind of, this is unfortunately German, but don't worry, I'll translate what it says here, want to highlight this little book. So the same person that we're celebrating today, or whose achievements we're or the group of people that we're celebrating, so Heisenberg, he wrote a little book, those of you who read German might know it, which is called Quantum Theory and Philosophy. And in that book, he writes, and this is what I've highlighted here in bold, he writes on the responsibility of the researcher. And he's actually writing this in British captivity just after they've been captured for their involvement in the nuclear program in Germany. And he's reflecting on what is his responsibility as a researcher? What should he have done? What have they done? And he's kind of course, also looking over to the Americans, and is saying that he's not sure whether they would have acted any differently, and that it might have that it would be arrogant to think that they were morally any better than the Americans, and that it might just be out of pure luck that they aren't in the same situation as the Americans, where they have been the ones who laid the basis, and in a way they did lay the basis, but who who then worked on the nuclear bomb. So I think this is really important to bear in mind, because often as we talk about the responsibility gap, or we talk about these issues, we also talk about, how much ethics is there already in physics and so on. And I have the impression that we're forgetting that physicists themselves were seemingly much more aware, or that there are some influential physicists who have thought about these issues already. And so this writing is from 1969, where the book has been published in 1986. So I unfortunately haven't found any good English translations. So kudos to those of you who read German who can read this essay, and I really recommend it. So moving ahead from this, what are the societal risks and that we should be having in mind as we're advancing this research, and on the one hand as we're advancing ELSA research, but also on the as we're advancing the research in quantum technologies. So broadly speaking, I think that you can place them sort of in three very rough categories. The first ones being security risks, the second being sort of the quantum divide, and then, and I should have said I'm a philosopher by background, my favorite ones are the unknown risks. So the ones that we kind of expect, and the ones that are real unknowns. So looking into the security ones, and I'll be a bit brief because I find that these are the ones that are most talked about, and that we're most aware of. So of course, there's the risk to cybersecurity. What happens if we are able to run Shor's algorithm on a cryptographically relevant quantum computer? But importantly, the risks of harvest now, decrypt later. So the idea that data is being collected already now so it's harvested just to be then decrypted once we have a cryptographically relevant quantum computer. And also what happens if whilst we have possible solutions, the adoption of these new protocols is very slow, and what's the consequences of those? And then I also find it interesting that, especially now that I talk quite a lot to policymakers and people who aren't in the technical domain, that I hear a lot that quantum safe solutions are being confused with QKD solutions, quantum key distribution solutions, and that people almost think that quantum key distribution solutions are the equivalent of quantum safe solutions, which is not at all the case. And that also in some funding institutions and some of the different lobbies, that it almost appears as there may be an intended confusion about the solutions. And I think that's a real risk. So as we're kind of discussing the risk, the risk itself, I think what we need to start discussing and be much more aware of and kind of act on is the possibly intended, and even if not intended, but the confusion about the solutions and what are actual solutions and what are kind of solutions in the futures and solutions for parts of the problem rather than the entire problem. And I think what also gets renewed attention is the use of cloud services. So when you think of someone who potentially wanted to lock themselves, as we know that quantum computers, you access them primarily through a cloud service, the question is, what are cloud service providers doing in order to prevent this type of misuse? And is it their responsibility? And if it's not their responsibility, whose responsibility is it to prevent or police this? Can we even prevent it, or can we only act preventatively in mitigating the consequences? These kinds of questions, which are old questions. We have the same questions for high performance computing, for any cloud computing. But my research finds that we don't have good answers, even for the classical world. And then, of course, there's also the global security. And I think quite a few are familiar with Michael Krelliner's work on the types of potentials where you can use quantum computers to assist in military situations. I'm not going to read this, but it gives you an idea of, for instance, simulating advanced materials for stealth coatings, for instance, or more resilient armors. Then you can think of all sorts of optimization that are relevant in the military uses and so forth. So this is kind of the challenges, broadly speaking, in the security realm. Then when it comes to the quantum divide, We often see this map when we look into the investments that are being made into quantum computing, quantum technologies, and where you see that there's a huge divide between industrially advanced nations and less advanced nations. And that divide, of course, has a spiral effect where if you don't invest in quantum technologies, you're likely not building a quantum ecosystem. So that's been kind of the argument that's being made. If there's no investment, you're less likely to build a quantum ecosystem. I think we need to look at it from a different perspective also, where we're asking, well, can you, by having wonderful quantum research and education, can that also be the start of a quantum ecosystem? So I think this kind of investment map only shows us part of the picture. So one way, and this is new research that is done together with UNESCO. It will be fully presented next year at the closing ceremony of the IYQ. But they've done a survey with all of the UNESCO members and the member scientists, where they actually asked, how do you perceive the quantum gap? So the idea was to, rather than where we kind of try to quantify it with the investments, to qualify it. And there you get a slightly different picture. So here the question is around to what extent do you find you have access to quantum research infrastructures? And it goes from indirect to direct, and then the white ones also is where we have insufficient data. But you see that already if you ask that question that way, and if you ask for reporting from countries, that you get a little bit of a different picture. I mean, the strong ones are still similar, but I think it's interesting, and we need to kind of qualify the quantum divide in these ways as well. The effects of the quantum divide are primarily kind of twofold. One, in terms of epistemic access, so access to the knowledge about quantum computing or quantum technologies in general, which have significant, if this is distributed unequally, they have effects on education, on workforce developments, and on those who are able to profit, apologies for the typo here, those who are able to profit from the benefits. And then there's, of course, also the effects of the unequal distribution of access to hardware services. So you are less likely to be able to participate in algorithm development if you can't run them on actual hardware. The user industry might develop much, much more slowly. And also, if we only have hardware access in sort of industrialized nations, it might be that the most societally relevant use cases remain uncovered. So arguably, some of the use cases that are related to the Sustainable Development Goals, they are in the countries that we've seen that currently either don't have access or don't have significant investments into quantum technologies. But they also have the most challenging problems that I refer to. And so if they don't have access to quantum computing, then probably we're working on algorithms to optimize trade and banking, but not societally relevant use cases, or at least not the most societally relevant use cases. If you're interested, there's a report that has come out last month, the report on quantum diplomacy in action, that we wrote together with UNESCO, where you find all this data that I've just shown you, and also find the sort of analysis of this in much more detail. And regarding the unknown risks, I like to show this map typically when you speak about quantum computing and how it relates to classical computing. You can think of this map that in terms of computational problems. So you have in the white the problems that we can address today classically. Then you have in the lighter purple the problems that we can't adequately address today. And then in the dark purple, you have the problems that we hope to be able to address with quantum computing and classical computing together. Interestingly, what you see is that this dark purple ellipsis spans into the white. So we're aware that we might be able to address problems that we don't even have the questions for. So this is kind of where the unknown questions for me lie. And similarly, you could say the white one is the risks that we should have mitigation strategies for. I'm asking whether we have sufficiently, but in theory we should. In the lighter purple, we have the risks that we need to develop novel mitigation strategy or ensure that existing ones are implemented. And then in the purple, we have the risks that we need to develop novel mitigation strategies for and ensure existing ones are implemented as well. And then kind of in the white or kind of in the space are the risks that we cannot yet formulate but still need to be prepared for. So I think this is also a huge kind of call to action to all of us in this room today, is to how do we prepare for the unknowns? How do we make sure that we integrate responsible innovation in this development so that as new challenges arise that we might not be able to formulate that, we're still prepared? And I don't think that has to be a paradox. I think this is kind of the work that all of us are doing. So in terms of opportunities for action, I'll be a bit faster, so we have time for questions as well. So I think in terms of security, I think it's fairly straightforward. We have solutions, they need to be implemented. In terms of implementation, I think what is really, really needed is that we have political coordination to encourage adoption. So we've seen that some countries make strict guidances in terms of PQC adoption, but not sufficient ones. And this is a global problem. So it's not sufficient if only some countries adopt it and others don't. And this is why political coordination is essential. Globally speaking, in terms of the global security risks, also we need better new global governance processes. And I think we also need to think about how we adopt responsible quantum principles more widely. They exist in some isolated places, but as long as they're isolated, they won't really give us a solution to the global and interconnectedness of this challenge. And in terms of responding to the quantum divide, I want to quickly highlight the Open Quantum Institute. To those of you who are not familiar with it, the Open Quantum Institute has been initiated by GESDA and is now hosted at CERN, and it is essentially a institute that was born out of the anticipation of these developments. So it was seen that there is a huge quantum divide in terms of access to quantum computing. And the idea is that this institute redistributes access. So they gain access from the hardware providers and they redistribute it to those who otherwise couldn't afford it, but also work on quantum computing applications for the Sustainable Development Goals. And so along that way, it also works with policymakers to anticipate the impact on society. And so it hopes to accelerate the dialogue between science, diplomacy, and philanthropy and society. And so it really translates this into opportunities of action. And it's now coming to the end of its pilot phase. But has already quite an impressive number of use cases that it, for instance, is working on, has run a lot of hackathons, I think many of you will be aware, and is also sharing quite a lot of educational resources. And actually it couldn't be there without many of you, because I know many of you are in the educational consortia or are running hackathons or quantum diplomacy games. So I think this could be one approach to also, I'm not saying it has to be the only one, but it could be one approach in which one could start to respond to the quantum divide. So just to give you an example, if you look then to the distribution of use cases, the map already looks very different to the maps that I've showed before. They're much more globally distributed. And importantly, they're linked to the SDGs, so we know that the use cases have a societal relevance and aren't, again, my favorite example, aren't about optimizing trade. In terms of the unknown risk, in terms of preparing us, I think the International Year of Quantum is really, really important. Then there's other initiatives such as the Quantum Energy Initiative, who's starting to look at the energy advantage. There has been initiatives around responsible quantum computing principles. And then there's also, we need to make sure that we listen to the experts on responsible innovation. So highlighting here the work of Carrington Holter and others, but we've Pieter in the room, of course, and all the others who will be presenting throughout the conference, but also that work such as long reports, such as the report by KIT that I'm sure Zeki or Adrian will speak about later, that these kinds of very detailed and very thorough assessments of a technology, that they're being kind of taken into account and that they don't remain in a report, but that they lead to action. I think that's the best way we can currently do, but also this is why we have this conference to discuss what else can we do. So I think responsible quantum computing is quantum computing that is aware of the power of its effects, and this is something that I think should guide us and kind of not be naive with respect to the power of this technology. So finally, and this leads to kind of how can we narrow the gap, and this comes as a conclusion of this talk. I think if we had something like responsible quantum principles or responsible across science, industry, and user communities, that would potentially focus also on reorienting applications to applications for good. If we had clearer considerations of global justice questions and funding distribution as well, I think funding institutions have a huge leverage here. We refocused on open science for scientific research. We recently had an exchange between European and Chinese researchers, and we're discussing, is all hope lost, or is there still an opportunity to do quantum research across these two continents, and to what extent can open science still exist? Implementation of PQC algorithms, I think that's a no-brainer almost, but also to really make ethical considerations integral into the research and not just make them an afterthought. So this could be a way that we narrow or close this gap. And with that, I want to close also with this. Hopefully, if we did this, or it leads us into choosing that future rather than the other future that I outlined at the beginning. So with that, I'll close, and if we have time, looking forward to your questions.
Okay, let me start then. Okay. I'm Pieter Vermaas. I'm a professor of philosophy of quantum technologies at TU Delft. It's a pleasure to be here. Unfortunately, only online. Health issues kept me in the Netherlands. Thanks for the organization. Thanks for the Sabancı University to service this whole event. I'm a philosopher of quantum technologies, also doing ethics of quantum technologies and taking up other philosophical questions about quantum technologies. I will, in this talk, not so much talk about what I do, but more looking forward of what I can offer to the community which is now being created with this effort of UNESCO to work on the ELSA, and see what we can do. In a sense, I was pleased or displeased with the questions which came to the fore after Mira's talk about kind of skepticism of what ethics or ELSA can do. I think those are the good questions. To some extent, I try to delve into that question of how can we be more effective as ELSA community to convince others in the quantum ecosystem to adopt our arguments or propositions. So going back to the structure of the paper, as part of this one-year ELSA effort of UNESCO in the International Year of Quantum, Zeki has organized a series of regional workshops. Regional is a bit humble because it's whole continents, which are the regions. 6 regional workshops in which people, ELSA scholars from different continents talked about the ELSA of quantum technologies. I want to look at those. They created lots of footage in videos, which become for sure available. They will be also discussed in this today, so you will hear a lot about that. What I will do is to look at one aspect of them and that is what the follow-up could be. Because the questions of these workshops were threefold. Participants were asked about what the ELSA issues, topics, or goals were, which were relevant for the region considered, and what are relevant for the globe as a whole. Then they were asked to discuss what ELSA could do, the future of our field, the impact of it, and finally, actually, started by a question of the previous speaker, Mira. Could we come up with a kind of joint forces effort, kind of joint research roadmap, or a synchronized effort to further our propositions? Well, that's what I will look at, and I will focus on what are possibilities for that roadmap. Because these workshops have led to lots of interesting analysis, but less to an idea of what that roadmap could be. For precision, I've looked at European, North American, and Southeast Asian workshops. There are more. I haven't seen them yet. Looking forward to them. Okay, some initial observations about these workshops. They brought up lots of interesting analysis topics which ELSA can take up in regions and across the world. And often they were shared over regions. And sometimes they were even common among most of the participants across the globe. It's a rich list of topics which we can work on. I'll give an example of that next slide. But what I want to add to it is that they have much more structure than just a list. Some of these topics are more intrinsic, the real aims of our efforts. Others are more means to realize those aims. You could call them more instrumental goals. And on top of that, you also have sometimes conflicts between these topics, which I think we know, but we seem to be also surprised by it. It seems to suggest that there's some diversity within our community. So there's much more structure in our propositions than just a list of goals. The third observation is that we actually, in these workshops, discussed very much the situation where ecosystems are in, linking to the questions after Mira's presentation. So we have these propositions, we want to convince ecosystems, well, what kind of situations are they in? Now, that seems to suggest that we also have, to some extent, kind of uncertainty about how we can convince that quantum ecosystem to adopt our propositions. It's only partial. There were some participants who were really kind of convinced how they could do that. Now, going back to common roadmap, I see 3 tasks, and I will slowly walk you through it. First, the goals. If you look at the workshops, then you see lots of goals being mentioned. And some are also kind of shared by most of the participants. So we all think that some kind of anticipatory governance international is useful for bringing quantum technologies to a more responsible development. And what we all seem to endorse is that we should not just develop quantum technologies for economic reasons, but also to contribute to society, to take up societal challenges, or to do the SDGs, as also Mira presented. Also, kind of common is that what I hear called global inclusivity, diversity, equity. And under that, lots of terms fall. For instance, the quantum divide Mira was talking about. We think quantum technology should be accessible for all countries across the world, at least those who are interested in it. And that inclusivity should also apply to societies in different countries. The different groups who are interested in quantum should have access. Okay, I won't walk through all these aims. I hope the other presenters on the workshops will do that in more detail. What I want to now highlight is that indeed there are some differences between these goals. As some of these goals, like inclusivity, seem to be intrinsic. We really want that for ethical reasons, for societal reasons. And other goals are more instruments for that. So anticipatory governance, that's not something which we want in itself. We're not endorsing rules. Now we do it for a reason. Well, if you look at that, in that sense, you can start ordering goals and also give more structure to what ELSA actually is proposing. So you can put on one side the more intrinsic goals, quantum for good, but also something like security for societies, and then the more instrumental goals like governance or the PQC transition, which was also mentioned before. And then you have in between goals like outreach, education. We think that everyone should be informed about quantum technologies, what it can do, what it is, in part for supporting the global IDE, the inclusivity of quantum, giving everyone access, but also, education, sharing knowledge is kind of a goal in itself. So that they're also in between goals which are both intrinsic and instrumental for other goals. Now, once you have done this, you can give more structure to what our proposed are. There's a strange red line in my slide. If you see it, please ignore it. It was not part of the slide. The green arrows are what you okay, I'm a bit distracted from this line. What you can see is that the intrinsic goal of global access to quantum technologies is supported by some of these other goals, like, for instance, education, outreach, and understanding, international collaboration and alignment, so that every country can be have access to or understand quantum technologies, and maybe even more concrete tech transfer can help global accessibility. And that governance is a means to achieve that. But also, if you look at other basic goals, the security goal, which countries have, is helped by developing quantum technologies so as fast as you can. That's the race idea. And then it's supported by having quantum technology developed in a more autonomous sovereignty way, that country can have its own say about how to apply, how to develop the technology. The post-quantum cryptography transition is also part of that security condition. Now, let's go to the conflicts. Actually, it was quite nice to have in, I think, the workshop on from North America, where there was a discussion that it would be good to have lots of no blocks on the migration of ability of researchers, that talented people can travel from one side of the world to the other side, the place where quantum technologies is developed, so that is good for quantum technology development. But then, for instance, in the Asian workshop, it was said that, well, we should avoid brain drain. We can't, in certain countries, develop quantum technologies if our most gifted researchers just go to the north, where currently much research is being done. So there's a conflict. So the red line is encircling two goals which are in contrast. You have more of them relevant for later. For instance, if you aim at autonomy, sovereignty as a country, you want to keep, according to the narrative, the technology for yourself, and then all of a sudden international collaboration, alignment of regulation is less interesting, could even jeopardize your autonomy. Same holds for science, tech transfer, all the expert controls are for are in favor of autonomy of states. Well, why this analysis of the structure of all these goals, which were mentioned in the workshops? Well, I want to work my way towards those questions. How effective is ELSA in convincing others in the ecosystem that ethics or legal rules should be adopted? Well, what I think what can be done is to understand the position of the ecosystem and its role of geopolitics by which it is confronted, by looking at the goals which I put here on the slide. For instance, geopolitics supports this move towards security, and then that means that in an ecosystem, you see that definitely in Europe, there's emphasis on some goals and not on others. So security comes from ecosystems which want to develop quantum technologies and keep it for themselves, that they emphasize that their development, security, autonomy, and things like the PQC transition. Well, if you combine the two, see the relations and see also the conflicts, you can come to a better understanding, I hope, of how the quantum ecosystem will adopt our propositions, ELSA propositions. So if you are for security, if that's ecosystem's goal, well, then you favor autonomy, sovereignty, you favor to develop quantum technology. And by these conflicts, it's understandable why open science, tech transfer, and international collaboration are all of a sudden not important in many of the ecosystems. And for instance, in Europe, where I'm from, you can see that in the thinking of the European Commission on how to develop quantum technologies, something like the quantum divide, global mismatch, disbalance in developing quantum technologies is not mentioned. It's simply not central. They're not. They are liberal to it. They would not say, well, this is good to have this quantum divide, but it's simply not on their radar. And I think this analysis of our internal structure of our propositions can help understanding that. Because then, well, we said it, security take that as an interesting goal, immediately make that ecosystems choose for sovereignty and against the conflicting goals. Now, let's go to that research roadmap. What I think we can do as a community, extending all the efforts we have done for UNESCO in this year, we can extend the study and the workshops themselves. We should look at what all has been said and maybe have follow-up things. On top of that, I think it's good to further analyze the relations between all the goals which we have. I just gave a couple of examples. There's much more to be done. So what are the conflicts? What are which goals support each other for developing a better argument to convince the people in the quantum ecosystem. To give a couple of examples, actually happened also in the workshop of North America, that when they encountered that conflict between avoiding brain drain and talent mobility, by making it explicit, by talking about it, they started thinking about how can you cut through that conflict instead of just accepting it. And what was mentioned, I think, was by Carl, that you could think about giving content to that international governance, think about finding global policies together for talent mobility to make it available, possible, but also in a way that all countries can agree with it. The second example of convincing work for better convincing the ecosystem to adopt our ELSA propositions. What I saw in workshops is that they're actually quite well developed propositions or frameworks, but they seem to not really align with the goals of ecosystems. So global inclusivity, international alignment of regulation of shared goals, I think they're not intrinsic to the goals of ecosystems, and assuming that they are in our propositions towards or our arguments towards the ecosystems can have the more less effective effect of that. People in the ecosystem just think that we defend our own idea thinking, but not align with their goals. Well, so to avoid preaching for our own choir, I think we should invest more in trying to link these ELSA goals to the aims of the ecosystems. For instance, by saying that security of states is not just realized by having quantum technology concentrated in that state, but to also share that technology. For instance, the migration to post-quantum cryptography should be something which all countries should do in order to make digital communication safe. So there you could say that security is actually supported by sharing technology rather than keeping it for yourself. Well, I argued for 3 tasks which we could take up in a common research roadmap. I see a 4th one, and that is keeping this community which has been emerged through in this last year together and built on together for a more ELSA future after 2025. Thank you.
So it's me again. Sorry, you will see me a lot today and tomorrow. I hope that you're not bored of the already. So I'm Zeki. I'm a researcher at Grassroots Institute of Technology in Germany. Well, following what Mira and Pieter presented, I wanted to continue with a bit about like what comes next, what should we do? But before then, talk a bit about what are we doing now. As Mira also mentioned a little bit, like having Edwin here. So we are a team of two at ITAS in Germany at KIT, doing technology assessment, which I will talk about what it is. So if you see anything interesting during this call, please feel free to send me an email, connect me on LinkedIn, the usual stuff. And so very quickly, I will introduce what I mean when I say quantum technologies during this presentation. What do we do at ITAS in terms of technology assessment of quantum technologies? A concept that has been around in our field for the last 45 years, which is something called Coleridge dilemma and path dependence. So ELSA of QT in action. What does it mean? Very briefly, and why, I think we need to support ELSA research and action in QT. So when I say quantum technology during this presentation, I usually refer to the second generation of quantum technologies, which are emanating from certain quantum principles like entanglement, superposition, uncertainty principle, which we were not really able to exploit for technological purposes in the last 100 years. I mean, there has been 100 years of quantum technologies in the past, but they were more like, cluster states or other quantum mechanical phenomena. But now, there's a much more precise control and manipulation of quantum phenomena. And out of that, there is a constellation of technologies like communication, sensing, computing. I just want to stress that these are not all. So probably there will be other quantum technologies in the coming years. But primarily, the reason we use this like 4-pillar or 3-pillar framework is it is how it is framed in policy documents and funding plans. So basically, this is from the quantum flagship, which is right now it's running its 9th or 10th year. And the focus was on quantum communication, quantum computation, quantum simulation, quantum sensing and metrology. In the US framework, computation and simulation are combined, so there are 3 pillars. One thing that I also want to, convey here is that the relative hype on quantum technologies is not new. It has been around for at least the last 10 years, maybe even earlier. So here you can see, for example, the D-Wave machine was on the cover of Time magazine in 2014. So it's not, something that was invented a couple of years ago. But the reason we as an institute and, a lot of policy institutes around the world and, ELSA organizations are interested in this is there is a considerably high amount of public investment. I'm not going to say like, super much because compared to AI, it's still small potatoes. But, globally, there has been more than, 50 billion US dollars committed from the public side into this, which kind of obliges us to look into the societal, ethical, legal aspects of these technologies. And in Europe, the quantum flagship, the motto is the future is quantum. Whether it is just quantum, it is quantum plus something, it is a different framing, we don't know. But this is being taken quite seriously in the European Union. And as you all know, this year has been declared as the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology by the United Nations. A very quick disclaimer, our institute name in English is Institute for Technology Assessment and Systems Analysis, but in German it is the Institute for Technik Folgenabschätzung. So we are interested in the consequences of technologies and not necessarily just the technologies themselves, but of course if you're interested in the consequences of technologies, you're also interested in the technology themselves. And we work closely with the German Office of Technology Assessment at the German Parliament, and we collaborate with the panel for the future of science and technology at the European Parliament. So what we do, I will just really quickly go over a few projects just to give you a practical understanding of what a these are not representative of all the ELSA projects, but these are TA projects. But what do we do practically? So, for example, this has been the one that has been running the longest with me and Edwin, and Christopher is our group lead, who's leading us. And basically what we do, we started with landscaping of the QT ecosystems, like publications, patents, startups, investments. And we focus on education and outreach research in QT because it's a very important part of ELSA right now because of these discussions on like workforce development and quantum divide and what to do and how to convey these to the public. And then the third focus was something we call concept exploration and operationalization for ethical, legal, social aspects research on QT. It's a mouthful, I know, but basically what we are doing and what we have been doing was like, what does democratization mean? What's the role of trust? What does quantum readiness mean? So like basically taking these concepts and trying to operationalize them for people, especially for ELSA people who are going to use them for research and action purposes. And we also did a summer school in Delft on ELSA QT for QT grassroots activists. As you might have, get the gist, I'm a very grassroots guy. I really like, getting involved with people around the world, but especially on the grassroots level. And we had follow-up events in many countries promoting ELSA of QT, and there were additional online workshops and meetings. As Mira graciously mentioned, we had a study on technology assessment for quantum technologies, basically by the Ministry of Science and Research and Education in Germany. Again, we did some landscaping, interviews, surveys, reporting, and developing policy recommendations. And finally, right now, we are actively working on this parliamentary project on military use of quantum technologies, but we are not investigating how to build like quantum bombs or something. But the idea is more about, okay, there are these technologies coming there in pipeline. What does it mean for policy and security and peace and security policy purposes? Like, should there be certain like policy actions? Are they needed? What needs to be promoted? What needs to be suppressed? So like, but these are just policy recommendations. So we are not the decision makers. And if you are interested in reading the outputs of our work, so there's this report, which is in German, but we heard that there are some really cool translation tools out there, so feel free to use them. And we have been organizing this event series called Responsible Quantum Technologies since 2021. So this year we organized the 5th one. Next year we will be organizing the 6th one on April 20 to 22nd. So if you're interested, just let me know. And almost all of the recordings of the talks are online on YouTube channel. So when we speak about ELSA, like ethical, legal, social aspects, research people kind of assume that this is the question we ask, like is technology good or bad for society? I mean, it kind of plays role sometimes, but the real questions or research questions that we focus on are more about consequences of technology, because there will be some consequences. And these consequences, they will be like, there will be intended and unintended, direct and indirect, and there will be different consequences for different stakeholders. So, just giving an answer like, oh, it's good for society or bad for society doesn't really, tell much about what the real consequence of the technology will be, because they can be very different for different parts of society and different stakeholders within the societal structures. And the reason why we are quite involved in this research is there's something called the convergence dilemma in our field. Okay, so who has been annotating? Please stop. I don't know how to get rid of it, which is like, I'm ignorant on Zoom, so sorry. Yeah, so the idea is that in an early stage of a technology's development, there's a high possibility of social control. This doesn't mean that you can automatically control the trajectory of a technology. It's a very complex process. and there are a lot of different stakeholders involved, but you have a high possibility of control. But the problem is, in an early stage, you have almost zero evidence of impact, which means if the technology is not out there, you don't have any, evidence. You might have some projections, you might have some ideas, you might have some hunches, but you have zero evidence. As a technology matures, you start gathering more evidence, but your possibility of control also reduces. So the dilemma is for policymakers and regulators, when do you intervene and how? So that is a real dilemma, and it's not resolved. So it's not something that we can, find a theoretical solution or something like that. It's there. It's a general dilemma. And one example I usually give when talking about this is, right now there are a lot of people talking about, oh, AI is going to kill all of us. It's going to, end human civilization, and I don't know what's happening. And let's say that it's true. We don't have any evidence of impact, but when the evidence of impact is, if we start accumulating it, it will be too late, and maybe we will just say that, okay, it's okay for AI to kill all of us because there's no way that we can get out of this. And one of the mechanisms that why this happens is something called path dependence. So, for those of you who have listened to my presentations, this is very boring, but why do we still use the QWERTY keyboard layout on our smartphones? Why was this invented?
We're used to it. Just used to it.
No, but yeah. So initially for typewriter, so this layout was invented to slow down mechanical typewriters, because when you are typing too fast on a mechanical typewriter, it just stuck. So basically this layout is designed to slow down a machine that doesn't exist anymore. If we don't even use the technology that that was designed for, but even with our touch screen phones, we're still using it because it's really difficult to change something after it's locked in. And another good example of this is the size of our trains, because it's not very efficient to have this size trains, but they were built on the rail tracks that were designed for horse-drawn wagons, and they were built on the old Roman roads, and they were designed with respect to the size of a Roman horse's butt. And there's a really cool video that's basically tying the size of a Roman horse's butt to the number of people that we were able to send to space, because the boosters of the space shuttle had to go through this tunnel through rail tracks. And so in the initial stage of technology development, there are a lot of options. As time progresses, there are critical junctures, and you get less and less options, and in the end, you will have one dominant design, and you're stuck with it. And we know this in quantum technology because now we have a lot of options. We have ion traps, we have neutral atoms, we have superconducting devices, we have photonic devices, but this won't last. There will be, certain selection happening, either by someone deciding, or just community, or market forces, or all of them combined, and we will have a dominant design at some point if the technology succeeds. If it fails, who cares? But the point is that if we believe that there will be a new technological paradigm that is coming out of these technologies, the space of technological possible is much greater than that of the economically profitable and socially acceptable. So first things first, something has to be technologically possible. We cannot, build impossible devices. Second, of course, it has to be economically profitable, because otherwise, why would industry work on it? But third, it has to be socially acceptable. And I know that, when we say this, people are like, oh, who cares about social acceptability? But, security is also about social acceptability. Safety is also about social acceptability. So social acceptability is not something that just, the activists, scream about. So your security stakeholders, what they push for, is also about social acceptability. And So this is just one framework, but there are a lot of different frameworks on this. So this is from the value-sensitive design or ethics by design framework, basically to work on this, design options for different, products and technologies. You need to do technical investigations because it has to be, technically possible. You need to do empirical investigations to kind of evaluate the stakeholder values, what your stakeholders want. And these stakeholders, as I said, can be security stakeholders as well, industrial stakeholders, research stakeholders. And we have to do conceptual investigation. So basically look at, the literature, what is the philosophical and, normative structure out there. And one example that I can give you for example, autonomous vehicles is that A, they have to be safe. So like nobody would buy or use an autonomous vehicle if it like crashes 5% of the time. If that is the result, it has to be reliable. If you say, take me home and if take you to, I don't know, to your school, you're not going to use it. But then also it has to be comfortable, right? Because you don't want to suffer through your autonomous vehicle ride. Everything that comes after, like the energy efficiency or security or, all that stuff is the bigger picture. And these have been researched quite a bit. We don't know what those priority values are for quantum computers. We don't know whether they change with different technologies, and we don't know whether it changes with different like from quantum computers to quantum internet, quantum sensors, to different kind of products we have. And again, one example also, Mira mentioned this group that we also quite like, the Quantum Energy Initiative. For example, they came up with highlighting this need to analyze and have different models on what will be the energy consumption of different quantum computing architectures, of different error correction codes, of different different technologies. And I would say that in this framework, they fall here. So they do technical investigations about what is out there, what is technically possible, what are the different technical options. But of course, there needs to be other kind of research as well. So if, just technical investigations by themselves is not enough. Somebody needs to do empirical investigation. Somebody needs to do conceptual investigation. So that is one of the reasons why ELSA research is actually useful for quantum technologies to become a new techno-economic paradigm, because just having the technology itself doesn't really cut it. And for that, of course, there are a lot of efforts out there. So Mira also mentioned this World Economic Forum quantum computing governance principle. It's just one of them, but it has been an early one, so I'm citing it. There are research groups. I want to say all around the world, but mostly in more developed countries. But for example, like there's people like Clarissa, who's in Malaysia, who told that she's doing some great work there as well. And there's also quite a bit of involved engagement, I would say, from more international organizations like UNESCO or OECD. That is basically looking on, what kind of policies need to be developed for these technologies to be more, ethical and socially acceptable. And also, like, we are working on it. So if you're interested in reading our stuff, please feel free to, just check. It's on archive. So, yeah. So, why support ELSA research and action in QT? So there's an increasing amount of effort and resources being committed to quantum technologies, which is still a constellation of emerging fields. ELSA research aims at exploring research topics topics relevant for social acceptability, conceptualizing how these topics relate to societal, political, economic issues, and operationalizing these concepts to be utilized for policy development and action. And there are many pitfalls in potential policy action space, and early decisions can create these head dependencies which are very hard to pivot away from in later stages of technology development. So initial investments into ELSA research and action can actually help increase benefits of these technologies while reducing its harms. As I said, it is possibility of social control, so we might fail, you might fail, but still it's not a reason for not trying. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention and
Okay, so my name is Bruna. I work at CMC Microsystems as a staff scientist at Quantum Tech. So just to introduce a little bit of myself. I'm going to talk a bit of how was the North America event that we had. So my interest is kind of informal. The stuff that I do at CMC is more technical stuff, but I am very interested in quantum divide, science communication. So for this presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit of what people discuss. There was 4 talks plus my talk. So I guess like if you have questions, please be mindful that most of those are not my work. So I'm just trying to replicate a little bit what they discussed for there. And then I'm going to talk about the general discussions that we had after the specific talks. So we had a talk by Maurits Kopp from the Stanford Center for Responsible Quantum Tech, and he talked about ELSP, which would be a meta paradigm for quantum governance. The idea is to kind of expand or go in a different direction from ELSA, which will include socioeconomic and policy implications for governance. And the idea is that traditional ELSA is too narrow for quantum tech, considering that we have to pay attention to dual use capabilities, supply chains, other issues that had to do a lot with policy and anticipating governance, right? A bit on the regional priorities. So he also discussed about Europe because he's involved in projects in Europe, but since we're talking about North America, decide to not include here. All the talks are going to be available online eventually, right? But I just want to highlight those United States and Canada regional priorities. In terms of the ELSP framework, he mentions a security-driven ELSP, looking at PQC migrations are humans' right issue to counter harvest now, decrypt later threats, which I think is very interesting. I think we don't pay attention of PQC migration as a very big issue, an actual threat, and you can see even the language of some of the documents that people seem to really downplay the threats of harvest now and decrypt later. I'm going to talk more about this later on. I have a presentation tomorrow, but also on the discussions, this comes back. He also mentioned about the tensions between the sport controls or investment controls versus trying to keep up an open science and open standards for science and technology. For the global level, he discussed trying to come up with convergent norms like from UNESCO, OECD, thinking about SDG relevant use cases like climate, materials, quantum-enabled medtech. I'm gonna make some comments, I think it's more on my opinion, but I feel like it's nice to focus on SDGs, but something that occurred to me as listening to the discussions that we have. And I think someone made a very interesting question about if we're just using the framework of responsible quantum to kind of build just like a code of responsible technology, not actually being responsible, just to play as like good actors, right? And I feel like they're very interesting use cases, but a lot of those things come from like variational algorithms that we're not super sure how it's going to be the speed up. Or we're looking at agriculture and climate sensing. Meanwhile, sensing is also very clearly dual use technology. And I feel like we don't discuss sensing enough. So just a few thoughts that I have about the SDG use cases that maybe we can discuss later, right? And he also talked about the need for alignment in different levels. So normative, regulatory, and operational. So normative, like the kind of norms that we see from documents from UN, OECD, regulatory, like from actually like law level. Operational, he's talking about the Bletchley Park style, which is the efforts that they had in North America to decrypt with the Enigma machine. Shared the shared drills and testbeds, I think, is an interesting idea to actually make a collective global effort to test, for instance, PQC. But then I feel like there's this very specific challenge to actually bring everybody together to do this. We discussed that later. So yeah, the idea is to kind of bridge the Europe's regulatory model, America's security vision, in a single standards first, SDG aligned operating model. I think it's interesting to think about policy and including more discussions about policy, but then again, this is not my work. I'm just. We also had a talk by Lindsay Wren. She works at the Risk and Security Lab from UC Berkeley. She talked about quantum hype, and she has worked in nuclear deterrence. So talking in general about quantum hype, but also commenting about how the expectations from what quantum can do can trigger an arms race. The idea that you are kind of behind, you don't have enough, you're not investing enough in quantum. And I feel like you can see a lot in national strategies and also documents, especially investment that come from defense. You can see language that's very much, oh, we need to be first, and it's never let's innovate or let's collaborate. So it's very clear that that's the sentiment. The other point that she makes is that there might be a diversion of sources. Then again, if you don't know exactly what you're looking for, or if you have the wrong ideas of what to invest in terms of quantum tech, maybe you're diverting resources within both like the quantum tech itself, but also from different areas that maybe should be prioritized. So I think it's an interesting point. She talked about different resource requirements for quantum tech. For instance, the energy consumption that we discuss more later on. One point that I think is interesting is like from us as scientists or people involved in quantum tech, can we maybe try to steer away from more energy consuming hardwares or even algorithms? There are algorithms trying to be less energy consumption. So this is interesting. This is one of the situations that maybe we could have some agency just by discussing this, taking this as a serious conversation to have. To talk about raw materials, the supply chain. There are more discussions about that, but also, if you don't know, there is a document by the therefore responsible quantum group that they used to have. The group was kind of dismantled at some point, but there is an interesting document about supply chain for quantum that I think is interesting as a good read. And then also the question of time pressure, making it difficult to follow ethical standards. And how you, from different stakeholders, we have challenges and have particularities, right? For instance, universities, what she noticed that different universities will have different approaches on how to deal with dual use. And maybe one interesting thing to look at is to try to unify all these different approaches. The private sector, she mentioned that if it's any similar to AI, it's going to be one stakeholder with a lot of weight in terms of policy. So how do we navigate that? Because that might not be aligned with the common good, right? With the interests of the general population or whatever we're trying to aim as ethical, right? And from what she explains, from conversations that she has today, AI folks also don't have a solution for that. So there's this tendency of going on more of a secrecy direction from the private sector for obvious reasons. So more secrecy, less discussions about ethics. So there's a very complicated situation that we should pay attention. And the government, which is very obviously like a volatile stakeholder, like different governments will have completely different ideas or what should be prioritized or what policies should be in place. So this is also very difficult to do. So for the third presentation, the two researchers from University of Sherbrooke in Canada, Isabelle Lacroix and Carl Thibault, they had this qualitative project called Quantum Dialogue, looking at the quantum ecosystem in Canada. So they look at companies, they look at civil societies, governments, and universities. And they had some discussions, some interviews, asking about anticipatory scenarios. For instance, if you have a first universal quantum computer invented in Canada, one that could break encryption, for instance, what would be the consequences for society? So they analyze what kind of responses they would get from this sort of questions. So there's a lot more on the presentations, but just trying to pick like what I think is the gist of it. But for fears, the fears would be being late, military use, division, competition, misinformation. Quite interesting because these fears, they're almost like are at odds with each other, right? Because the idea that you need to be first also had a lot to do with the military use and the division competition, right? And then as needs would be productivity, resources, and regulation. The expectation from the future would be productivity of all sectors involved, regulations. There'll be not just for protection, but to support innovation and collaboration. And that I feel like you can see very strongly in the National Quantum Strategy for Canada. They talk a lot about collaboration. What I think should be strengthened is security for resources, human resources, the supply chains. And ways to do that would be to work on communication and have a body of knowledge that's continue updated, like just doing research and continue to be in the forefront of research. Canada is very much more research focused for quantum that they in comparison of like industry side, right? And finally, this is my work that I don't want to talk too much because I'm going to talk a little bit more my presentation tomorrow also. So we take a look on different national quantum strategies. This is for the Journal of Physics in Canada. So we're trying to focus on the Canada landscape, but we look at different quantum strategies and somewhat similar in a few criteria that we define to the Canada one in terms of the 10 principles for quantum technologies. So you can see in the left side, there's the 10 principles for quantum technology. The paper is called 10 Principles for Quantum Technology, where they define a few of the different areas that you should cover to be a responsible quantum country, for instance, right? So information security, dual use, quantum gap, and on and on. So just to explain a little bit, what we found is that in different countries, you have very similar patterns of focus on certain areas, for instance, information security, and the idea of quantum race that you need to be in the front, which is not exactly the most responsible parts of the responsible technologies. possible areas that you could cover. For instance, number 4 is quantum gap, as you can see, is barely covered, which is kind of understandable because then again, we're talking about national strategies. You don't expect them to talk a lot about the global scenario, right? But at the same time, they talk a lot about the global scenario in terms of competition, right? Inclusion is one that varies a lot. There are countries that talk a lot about inclusion. There are countries that barely cover inclusion. There are many different situations, but that's the gist of it. The idea is to cover what people are paying attention in terms of responsible technologies. Okay. So those were the presentations. So now I'm going to talk about the discussions that we had after that. So the time that we had this meeting was kind of about the time that DARPA presented the different companies that got their financial incentives, right? If you're not familiar, DARPA is the defense institution that was financing a bunch of other companies, not only in the US, but there's a bunch of Canadian companies that got this incentive, also Australian companies. It's called the QBI, the Quantum Benchmarking Initiative. The idea is to see if quantum computer is actually going to be useful in the things that they said they're going to be useful. That's the whole idea. But the issue is, so if Canada has many companies in this project, how are the companies going to deal with this conflict of interest? Let's say, like, are they going to maybe go completely to the US? For instance, D-Wave, that is known as Canadian quantum company, is not in Canada anymore. So they are now in the US. So how do you deal with this kind of situation in terms of IP, in terms of just conflict of interest between different countries, right? National security, obviously. There's the fact that QBI and other financial incentives, they're going to sponsor very few companies, so you're going to have even more of a gap between companies and types of hardware. It's kind of hard not to invest lots of money in hardware because it's expensive. That's one of the points. While software has a lower bar of entry. So the overall idea is that there's not necessarily much what to do. One interesting way would be to foster more international collaborations, which, as we know, it conflicts with a few other concerns, right? Like IP and national security. So could we try to fight this investment gap maybe on a policy level? What could we do? Well, we're not quite the policymakers, at least the people that call, we're not the policymakers. So we just acknowledge that we have an indirect influence, but also antitrust measures maybe is of interest of the government. So maybe we could try to go in this direction as well. At the same time, North America, compared to other regions, they have more competition, like intrinsically. So those are just thoughts, right? We don't have solutions. We're not converging on anything. Then we discussed a little bit about quantum plus AI. Would it be more or less energetically demanding? And then I'm not saying anything here because we don't really know, right? It seems to be like an elephant in the room if quantum is going to be actually energetically demanding. There are a lot of conversations about it. At the same time, there's not enough conversation about it. One person pointed out that maybe we can try to find better algorithms. Maybe quantum will accelerate AI tests enough. But to be honest, I'm kind of skeptical about this whole, not only the energy situation, but the fact that you have a whole, both quantum and AI, they require extraction of materials that are complicated, right? They're not, they are debatable, right? It's not exactly the best stuff to be extracting. So well, we once again, we don't exactly know the solutions, we're just discussing things. About supply chain diversification, here they pointed out that competition would be beneficial, try to find ways to improve competition. Then again, supply chain diversification is more of a global issue than anything. And then talking again about competition, they're talking about comparing Canada and the US. The models for emerging techs are completely different. US invests much more on the technological side, while Canada is more focused on research, has less opportunity, has just less financing, right? There's kind of this idea of brain drain from Canada to the US, which is kind of being shifted now recently because of just new policies from the US side that's kind of making US researchers less interested in being in the US, right? So that's kind of the dynamics between the two countries. And then a particular issue about Canada, the fact that we lose patents. That's not super relevant, I don't think, but like as the North America context. Yeah, maybe change the IP strategies. About hubs, so US and Canada, they're kind of similar in size, right? But Canada has very little population, so the hubs are very separated. You have a hub in Ontario, have a hub the other sides of Canada, but we have a few hubs, and they kind of work okay in Canada. In the US, they're also discussing that you have hubs like in Silicon Valley and other places, and it's nice to share resources, but at the same time, it creates a geographical concentration of talent, right? And well, the idea in general that more communication between hubs would be ideal and just overall beneficial. Then we talk about the immigration policies for innovation, brain drain. So maybe we should have a government, global governance body for that. As you can see, we tend to talk about like having a global body for things, some things. And then we have some more particular discussions, more personal discussions about brain drain, as someone that has been brain drained, right? I think Shohini mentioned, Shohini is from India, she's working in Canada. She mentioned a sense of guilt of leaving the original place. She also mentioned that it would be nice to have kind of like exchange programs. So if you're giving your talent to a country, how can you establish a way to also give it back? And I myself can relate to that a lot, I think. You probably can tell that this is not a North American asset. I am Brazilian. So I share a lot of the sentiments that she has, the sense of guilt. I myself found ways to kind of pay back to Brazil, I'd say. For instance, after some talks to Zeki, we decided to create Q Brazil. So even though I'm in Canada, I'm producing content in Portuguese because I think it's important and is a way to pay back, right? But it's kind of weird because I feel like me and other people that has been through this process of brain drain, right, to go somewhere else to work or to study, we have to find ways on a very personal level to keep on interacting with the home country. So it would be nice to have more of an institutional way to pay back, right? So I think the idea of something like exchange program or some sort of policy that would enforce a way to pay back or to have like a more equitable relationship between two countries would be nice. And then a more particular comment about incubators. Startups, maybe they require expansion to particular places. This kind of also is one policy way to kind of guarantee at least a little bit of a geographic, maybe, how to say, well, a way to part this geographically in a better way, I would say. Anyways, this is the kind of thing that maybe, then again, global governance or global initiative would be nice. About PQC migration, again, is well understood. There should be a collective effort in the sense of globally, right, an effort. And the tendency is that some countries will lead and others would follow. These I'm gonna talk more about on my presentation, but I feel like we're way too optimistic about being able to migrate everybody, or especially global north versus global south at the same time. So there's more to be talked about that. How okay it is to normalize the dynamic that some countries will lead and others will follow. At the same time that we talk about being a collective effort, right? Yeah, another thing that someone mentions that the communication PQC requires attention, because there was a report that pretty much downplayed, I don't remember which one, but someone commented, and maybe we can look at the presentation later. There's someone, well, downplaying the harvest now, decrypt later situation, short algorithm. So that's very dangerous because it is a problem. So saying that it is not a problem, it's not a security problem, I think that's kind of a big red flag in terms of communication, right? Also, from my point of view, it's much easier to talk about quantum computers than it is to talk about post-quantum computers, or, for instance, the defense implications on quantum sensing. Just because, and there's like a science communication issue, right? People are more interested in quantum computers. It's a more popular topic. So if you are to discuss post-quantum, this is a cybersecurity thing that it's not as shiny. So it's kind of hard to bring attention, as much attention as needed. So yeah, I feel like it's a communication issue in a sense. So then again, going back to nuclear deterrence, now more as like a metaphor, right? The fact that we have, for instance, countries that will be able to break encryption early or have access to quantum sensing capabilities. And then the other countries are just saying, well, we also need a quantum computer. This is very much like a Cold War situation, right? Because a quantum computer will not defend you from another quantum computer. Quantum computer will be used for you to say that you can also attack someone else, right? So this is very much like a Cold War situation and reasoning. So one idea is to go try to maybe implement a non-proliferation, kind of similar, like a nuclear non-proliferation of quantum tech, which, to be honest, for me, I think that's the idea. This is something that we could just say, well, let's try not to use quantum for bad, right? Generally speaking, have an agreement with different countries. But then again, I feel like it's not of people's interest, because if you don't have this aspect of being able to break encryption, I'm pretty sure a lot of people will receive way less funding. Let's be honest. But then again, if we have a whole industry that depends on people being afraid of encryption breaking, well, what are we doing, right? I don't think it makes sense. I think it's a reflection that we should all make. I feel like we're all saying, oh, quantum is going to help the environment or whatever. But like, if we remove the dangerous aspect of quantum, would we still be getting those 50 billions in global investment? I don't think so. Right? So I think the global non-proliferation will be a great idea that will help. We'll have one less apocalypse to care about, I guess. But at the same time, it's not of interest of other people. But if it's not, then I think we have a very critical ethical question that we're not discussing enough. If we can try to dream of a non-proliferation Ubuntu, I think that goes back to the idea of having an international forum, an international global governance forum. Would be useful, I think, for different components of what I said before. There's a brain drain, the issue of trying to come up with something that would be kind of like exchange program would be nice to have an international forum. I think would be nice also if you want to really have PQC standards that would be actable and accessible for every country. That would be ideal also. And try to make the conversation about non-proliferation minimally viable, like being at the table at all. I think we need an international forum. So yeah, I was gonna give like final thoughts, but then again, I think this is more of my final thoughts. If you watch the presentation, maybe you have different ones, but for me, my biggest takeaway from the whole conversation for the North America part is that maybe we just need to try to actually create a government global conversation, maybe in an actable way, in some way, and be really serious about that. Because I feel many other problems go through having a conversation and listen to everybody, kind of not equally. So that's it. Thank you.
Hey, thank you everyone. Nice that you're all here. I just see that everybody concentrated on the back. It's like teaching again. So I have the pleasure to try to summarize Europe's thoughts. So what I'm presenting here, I try not to summarize chronologically, but more like clustered by topics and thoughts. It's basically inspired by a huge group of people. Just to mention them here because I think 90% cannot be here today. But we've already heard a lot online from Mira and Pieter, but also Adrian, Anita, Wolf, Clarissa, and Holger, and Matthias Kettermann were part of this group exercise and thinking, where are we with Europe? I'm Fabienne. I'm leading the Quantum Social Lab at the think tank at the Technical University of Munich in Munich. We started 2022 to basically deal with the ethical, legal, societal challenges of quantum technologies. We also have a more algorithmic part. I tend to say that we do everything which is not quantum hardware, which we will also never do. So this is nothing we engage in. We do a lot of policy recommendations, education. We have juniors research group, all these things. And I'm very happy to say that. So our discussion was very much clustered into what's important for Europe now, what will be important for Europe in the future, how does Europe see and identify itself in this whole quantum game. So I tried to a little bit cluster this into what's important for Europe now, and the identify visions, the future needs and challenges, the how, because we share a lot of methodological experiences. One of the advantages of that group is that Europe, in a way, is very long in this quantum business already, which means that we can build on a lot of methods, a lot of ideas out of in principle, the last 50 to 60 years, and then a little bit about the future. I try not to repeat many things because I said you had today already a talk of Zeki, of Pieter, and of Mira. So I'm very sorry for any repetitions in there, but that's hard to do. So okay, we changed the whole font type here. That's fine. So important for Europe now, and we had very different ideas there. And very interesting first point was I think made by Pieter Vermaas that we should talk about autonomy. And I want to point that out here because it's something different than sovereignty. And the idea was that we need to keep some autonomy, because what the group is also pretty much aware of is that we need cooperation, and not just a cooperation within Europe, but more a global cooperation, and that we need to still be able to have actions and an action space. Then international security, sharing geopolitical power, controlling a balance between companies, between states, between different technologies, between risk, between innovation, etc. And then governance security, so securing democratic systems and institutional independence. If we look at the quantum landscape specifically in Europe, then you can see that most of the developments are at the moment steered by companies. If we want to stay independent, then we need to make sure that it's not just with the companies. So this is something that's going here. The group was very much on the idea that encryption is that one is the first thing coming up at the horizon, but it's not the most important thing. And that's not the strategic most important thing. Why is that the case? I can offer you my very own opinion, and there are a lot of other reasons. We basically know how quantum encryption and decryption works. We know how to deploy it. We more have the problem how to deploy it worldwide and how to do the transition. But it's in that sense not a technical miracle anymore. It is from an algorithmic side, speaking as a mathematician, yeah, okay, it's nice, but it's not the most intriguing problem we've ever seen. So this is what we have. So I tried to summarize all the principles to develop, evaluate, and implement we came up with right now. And this is on one time privacy and security. So we want quantum advantages that don't undermine encryption, but also data rights, which is the next big question, what to do with data rights. We need way more data for these systems than we have specifically in quantum computing. We will have new types of data with quantum sensing. Also there, very much like North America, we don't talk enough about quantum sensing. One of the most developed technologies we have in that area, one of the technologies which is most deployed, and still we don't talk about it, also when it comes to regulation. Equality and access, this also goes already on the global level to say, okay, how can we basically ensure access? What does access mean? What access does every nation need? Does every nation, we discussed that a lot, there's already need their own quantum computer? Probably not. What does it mean to have access to which infrastructure, etc. Explainability, transparency, making them interpretable for decision makers, for citizens to basically communicate. There we are a little bit back to the discussion of the morning. It is not necessary that everybody can be part of the research, but if you want to build public trust, a certain level of understanding you need. And sustainability and societal relevance, well, aligning quantum development with the SDGs and regional needs. Because also in Europe, we have very different regional needs. Also, just to make a point there, like these groups, none of us claims that that's the whole view of Europe. None of us claims that that's the average view of Europe. It is the view combined and ideas of people working for quite a time in that field based on their experience. Just for example, we didn't have someone from Eastern Europe in that sense, or the size in this group, where it is, for example, also this upcoming field, which is also by the European Union highly appreciated. There are a lot of countries at the moment, including Ukraine or Romania, which the European Union is extra trying to incentivize to put and push a little bit within their Horizon grants, for example. So, understanding opportunities, and they're trying to just capture all of the opportunities we had. So, on the end, what we said, okay, what's also now very important is to understand the current opportunities. And understanding opportunities means the opportunities with most potential. Doesn't mean that we start to build all and try to put an idea on all use cases we can think of. You can go up to time crystals. That is just not a very realistic use case, not in a year, not in 5, and probably not in 10. I will not read all of these use cases out of time reasons. But just to give you some idea, like, so we have the technological push. No, that was not. And wrong department. So we have the technological pitfalls we discussed about hardware, software, middleware, where can we go? What's the technological paradigm here? The ecosystem questions. So we had a lot of discussions on like who's in the ecosystem, who should educate, etc. And then the ELSA dimensions itself, which are back and forth connected, and we've seen this today already, with the use cases and the ecosystems. Shared vision. So in the end, the shared vision we have is for sure developing the principles such that the SDGs, privacy, and our standards, ethical standards, which can be long-term established. And also we mainly want to use these use cases, not reinvent the wheel. Yeah, so specifically Europe with the experience at the moment with the AI Act, or for example, cloud infrastructure should learn from these use cases. I think actually the fun fact that the European Union just postponed the old AI Act, that we postponed already, like it's a running act to postpone this AI Act, I think by now, shows us that if we don't learn from the technologies we have already in the use cases, then we lose a lot of time if we start to reinvent the wheel. So the principles have to be developed, evaluated, and implemented. Implementation is a big question and it's not easy. And then coming back to the international governance and international collaboration, the governance systems in itself need to be shaped in this area. So then the question is, how can we make basically sure that, for example, standards overlap in the future? How can we secure global justice? How can economical and institutional visions and goals be better harmonized? This one thing was specifically brought up by Mira, for example, because these are things which are more belonging a little bit in the future. But the set of the opportunities and what we want to follow is something which is necessary for the shared vision of the future. And this then also goes back to like the ideas of roadmaps, etc., finding the right questions, the right problems we heard so far. Future needs and challenges, if we then get a bit more concrete. So we talked a lot about silos, and we have to get out of the silos, because if we talk about quantum technologies, they are not just like inherently interdisciplinary, but the silos doesn't make it easier at the moment to get an overall strategy and make that effective. There new educational pathways. This is something I think most people in the room, and this is part I know, are dealing with. How can we educate? What education do people need? What does interdisciplinary mean, etc. Then the anticipatory methods that came mainly from our part. So how can we have new methods which are anticipatory and fast enough to react, so that we do not create something like the AI act, and then push and push and move it, but where we can be more flexible than transforming and building ecosystems, and also global dimension. Yeah, these are the more concrete ideas which we have and which we try to deal with in our group. I said we talked a lot about methods, and then I tried to summarize all the methods we talked about and discussed later in the discussion, and figured it is not possible. If we want to have a full review of these methods, it's really an interesting talk, I have to say. I never watch things I'm participating in again, if nobody forces me like this Zeki with this presentation. But we talked about a lot of how-tos. And I said in the beginning, we have to also learn from, like, should I do something? From the methods we already know. So I wanted to talk about some of the methods we were discussing. So one is, for example, mirroring. Mirroring is something which comes from aligning the economical and the more societal players in the institutions. So it was introduced by Mira. They tried it with IBM and developed by, for example, a method to have stakeholders from economy understand where in their actual work, ideas and solutions they already have ELSA principles, help them mirroring it, so it's easier to understand instead of coming from the outside trying to push to high-tech companies these principles. And because a computer scientist, and I'm by training a mathematician and a political scientist, so a little hybrid in that sense, is most of the time I'm someone who's deeply interested in tech, have hard times to understand why tech is not inherently just great, amazing, cool, and why should somebody use that for dual use, better reasons, etc. So mirroring seems to have proven that it's a very good method for AI and cloud services. Then scenario building, but scenario building also in our specific part. This is here like the idea of the TIQA project in Knoll was to have open and participatory sciences plus narrative forecastings to basically create the conditions for social science to access the field of observations that does not exist yet. What does that mean? We all know that quantum technologies are not there for a quantum computer, but longest time ever for a device. As we don't have that, we don't have like the actual questions or observations happening when these devices go into society, into companies, into educational sectors. to see these narrative forecastings here. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. And then build first imaginaries, then reflection, and then a knowledge base based on imaginaries which ends in reflection. So it's like trees. Basically, we work against the knowledge base to, out of that, create an atmospheric conversion. For this, in more details you have at a certain point to ask me. I'm just saying that. Sandboxes, this is something we work a lot with, like new global sandboxes and dual sandboxes has been proven to be very efficient. Regulatory issues, we also suggest that we do that basically with technological experiments. We just published that, I think, for the T20 in Africa, South Africa, so that we basically have the new dual sandbox approach. Then the by design principles also brought up several times. We have privacy that by design idea is to have ELSA by design, but it's very hard to see how to operationalize that. That's in general a problem. Can we really make these items actionable? Then community building. Which communities should be built and how should these communities connect under each other? I think this is somehow the core topic here. I would refer back to Zeki if you have any community building questions as he is building this community. On the other hand, guardrails. Guardrails are basically soft law concepts if you want to avoid basically stopping innovation with too harsh regulation very much in the beginning. So it's basically an alternative to postponing an European Union AI Act because you're afraid that the regulation will stop the innovation would be to implement from the beginning more guardrails, so soft law initiatives instead of hard law. Yeah, that's the short summary of our how-to, and this tells you a little bit us in which directions our discussions were going a lot of time. Very insightful. Watch the video, and here I stop. Then a big topic always coming up was including the majority world and including it in a way where we don't go after the top-down approach, but where we try to include it to also avoid a little bit the global divide as much as that is possible, quantum education. This needs also a lot of analysis, so everybody was very clear about that regional needs need a lot of analysis. What are the regional needs? What are the capacities? What is the infrastructure? The current idea of that every country is building their own quantum computer, their own infrastructure, their own cloud services will not work in any case. Sorry, just had to check time. Yeah, we do that. Would you have ever thought that I'm the one being faster? Well, so future of ELSA in Europe. So what do we want? How can we get ready for the future? So one part which we were always talking about is like future proof. And it doesn't matter if we talk here about anticipatory ideas, about like getting everyone to the table. The problem is that we need future proof solutions. And that can be very, very different ideas. If it's responsibility by design, sustainability by design, ethics by design, titles undecided, we take suggestions, it's fine. These are principles which need to be implemented and developed. We talked about global governance forms, so global terms of meetups, community building. For the future, we settled on that the common future should be inclusive and take into account regional needs. This is necessary if we have a very disruptive technology. We have innovative and interdisciplinary education. With 5 different disciplines. It is not so much a story, it is a fact that different disciplines use the same words with so many different interpretations that we need to find a way to better communicate within the research areas and without trying to prove why we are all the coolest. We are all cool, it's fine, there's enough seats at the table. And basically what we principally end on is that we need to find out what are the right questions to ask and how we can approach them. And that we need to first identify the problems and then to see which methods are working to find solutions and to implement these solutions and to basically operationalize these values. Yeah, that's saying that's the first time ever in my life that I'm a bit ahead of time. Might lead to that I'm very happy that I made it with my voice through it before the next coughing. Yeah, here for questions or in future. Thank you very much.
My name is Arsev. I'm faculty at Middle-East Technical University in Science and Technology Policy Studies Department. We call TechPol in Turkish in short. This is a mouthful. Yes, start. I will give a brief overview before I come to MENA, because I said I don't want MENA to be just one slide. This is from actually an article Zeki co-authored about startups. It kind of shows that how MENA region does not exist, because we have a handful of startups in the whole 400 something startups all around the world, and probably that number is close to 700 if I'm not mistaken. We have to update that article. This is too little. You don't see it, but somewhere here there is Israel, and that's it. The others are one. Libya one, Turkey one. Not many startups. Established big companies, we don't have them either. So there isn't much to say, to be honest. What I want to say is that the quantum related activities are concentrated in the West. Therefore, ELSA type of problems are, you may think that are concentrated in the West. It's like first world problems, as they say. That is not the case. MENA region not being represented, not part of this world, not producing, manufacturing this technology, not enough knowledge flow to MENA region is actually a problem. I used to be a clown when I was an undergrad. So I know how to juggle, but moving these two things at the same time, and also can put it on the. Can you help me with that? See, the clown days are over. Maybe not. Yeah. Now I can dance.
Please.
So most of the growth in regards to quantum happens in a very small part of the world. North America and Europe. Maybe a little bit Asia. After me, you will see that after the break actually. But this means there's a quantum divide. And the thing regarding quantum divide is, if we don't catch up soon, this divide is going to get bigger. Some folks, there is this Turkish Technology Development Foundation, Cengiz Bey used to be the head of board. He realized that it is like another industrial revolution. It's going to be another big break because of these quantum technologies. But he made this remark before the AI explosion. So I wonder what he thinks, but he is right. So it is driven by defense, finance, major tech companies, but the problem is who benefits from this? It is not the MENA region. So there is this equity problem. It is geopolitical motives mostly driving this thing. Research is very expensive. There are cheaper ways to do that, but again, you have to rich folks, which creates a lot of barriers for folks in MENA region to get on board with this. Let's see what does MENA do. See, that's 750 articles, this is from Web of Science, per year. Quantum-related articles which has at least one scholar with an affiliation in an institute in MENA region. That's a very small number because more than 10,000 articles are published yearly. So as you can see, MENA is not part of the research anyway. It is just 6% to be precise. See, therefore, it's not our problem because we are not part of it anyway. But again, I told you, Zeki told me to present it. Well, but if we look at a deeper, if we take a deeper look to this 750 articles, you can see Iran, Israel, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and the rest of MENA. Okay, maybe not so bad. Maybe I can work with that. You know, I can say some stuff. What I can say is that I know how to play with data. It's the same data, different visualization. But let's look at articles regarding social sciences and humanities, which can be a proxy for ELSA-related problems. Yes, please.
Previous one, when you say quantum-related, they are indeed related to new quantum technologies or
quantum physics and quantum technologies, everything related to quantum. That's why 750 articles is a very low number. Even lower. I mean, it gets worse. I'm hoping to finish this presentation with a high note. So I know it's bleeding right now, it's depressing, it's gloomy, but I'm hoping to finish this with a high note. So bear with me, okay? Don't get too frustrated, depressed. Beautiful weather, you're in a beautiful city, be happy, okay? Just bear with me. See, I think if we sit here for a week with this beautiful Sabancı hosting us, Sabancı University hosting us, we all together regarding ELSA-related topics. That's the whole region did last year. Not last year, I think it's more than, this data is more than 1 year. This is the last 10. ELSA is nowhere to be seen in MENA except Malak, Abdul Malek, maybe, I don't consider myself, maybe Ida, maybe a little bit Zeki, and that's it. That's so invisible. That's why I say it's a first world problem from this region when you look at talking, not me. So long story short, quantum research isn't neutral. We discussed this, and it is not evenly distributed. The problem for us is we are not only importing hardware, related research, we're also importing theories, questions, perspectives. We don't have a voice. We are just followers in MENA region. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem, but since this is ELSA, it has to be a problem. We have to be there because this is dependency. This is, technically speaking, and I really don't like technical stuff because I'm an interdisciplinary researcher. The more technical I get, the more I lose audience. But this is called epistemic inequality. Okay? Knowledge flows in one direction. You do something in Canada, and we say, oh, okay, we should do this. We don't create it because, I mean, we don't even have the hardware, software. We have talent. I'm going to talk about that. We have interested parties a little bit, but it's bleeding because they go abroad because they cannot actualize their vision. They cannot actualize their studies. In the second half, I'm going to talk about individual countries, and I will be referring to your presentation, Abdul Malik's presentation, Farhani's presentation you did 2 weeks ago, so you can grill them about the details, and they are going to be talking tomorrow anyway. But we are not actualizing. I mean, hocam, we experience this a lot. All of our students are, how can I go to Germany? Right, Zeki? Zeki got his master's degree from my department. He's pursuing his PhD in Germany, which he has to, because, you know, we cannot provide the facilities, resources. He gets there, and that's the main, one of the biggest problem in MENA. So few local problems, few public awareness. Public awareness is actually one of my main research topics. I study lots of stuff. Quantum is my maybe tertiary research area, or even maybe more than third. I'm like a con artist, okay? My academic CV is like a con artist CV, but it's real, because I do astrobiology, I do design research, sociology, information science. My thing related to quantum is science communication. So public awareness is my thing. There is a very low public awareness regarding real quantum science and technology, but there is a huge interest in pseudo quantum science in Turkey, you know, quantum healing, quantum universe, lots of stuff. And every year, for the last 3 years, I'm presenting this at ResQT at KIT-ITAS. I'm not going to get into that, but the real quantum science technology interest is quite low in MENA region, unless you want to buy some quantum amulets, quantum socks, quantum blankets. You can find them on Amazon. Yeah, I mean, and sometimes I try to seduce Zeki, say that, you know, we should start this business with our diplomas and we can make a lot of money. We can sell quantum water bottles, you know, quantum healing, why not? Academician salaries are not that much, you know. That's quantum healing responsibly, right? Because what we do is responsible research and innovation at the end. Limited participation of women and early career scientists as well to these topics. We rely on, in this region, foreign partners, because they have the resources, facilities, labs, and also the ethical frame. The ethical frameworks are not, and I'm not saying people who are developing ethical frameworks are doing a bad job. They are doing it for their countries, for their needs. We are importing them, but you cannot import cultural stuff. You have to develop it for your own. It doesn't work that way. So, long story short, the quantum divide for MENA region is structural. There is not an easy problem to solve. In Ida's master thesis, she uses the term global precarity, which I agree a lot. I used to be her advisor, so yeah, that's a good term. It's global precarity. Ethical discussions come packaged from abroad to us. Yes. And, you know, we are less attached to these topics and therefore less motivated to solve. Because it's not my ethical dilemma. I imported it. I should have developed it. But, you know, I don't have that mindset because only a few limited people are dealing with this research in my country anyway. So how can we make quantum a shared local story for everyone? This is the second part I want to talk. So Turkey, young, expanding. So I'm going to give you a couple of country examples now. I'm going to start with Turkey because we're in Turkey and Turkish. I kind of know this context a little bit. It's like an exam. You start from the question you know the best. So I'm going to talk about Turkey first. Public understanding of quantum science remains limited. we have very good universities, very interested people. QTurkey is actually doing a great job, and all other cousins actually in their respective countries are doing a great job. Very important tool, but that's it. There's five. Oh my God. Okay, Turkey is saved. Excellent. As I said, I focus on my I focus science communication in my own research because last year actually someone died close to here in Belgrade ormanları. Turks may remember that she received this energy healing, quantum healing trainings and stuff, and she died of hypothermia. She went into the forest for some spiritual session, got lost. People couldn't find her for days. Hypothermia. Just before you die, you feel a lot of heat and stuff. So the media jumped on that topic. It's all because of you quantum folks. You gave her quantum healing thingy. It didn't work and she died. And these things happen a lot. So I focus on science communication, but science communication is very important. Quantum is an enigmatic topic. You know, it's not the classical traditional physics. And we love to talk about this peculiarity in our public lectures. If you're a quantum physicist, you know what I mean. But it is very confusing for the ordinary folks. And they become prey to these charlatans, I should say. Last year, I investigated 10 quantum healing trainings in Turkey and their curriculum. They have a curriculum because they give diplomas and certificates and stuff, and they charge hundreds of euros per hour. So I don't know how much you make at Sabancı or how much you make there, but they make a lot of money. 2 of them were medical doctors out of these 10. 5 of them were university graduates. So, you know, these are clearly smart people, not ethical people. Yes. But they are smart people, but they're making good money. So that's why I focus on these topics. That's why QTurkey is doing a great job trying to raise public awareness. Let's see. That's your topic. So if you want to hear more about United Arab Emirates, you should corner her. And she injured her leg, so she can't run away. You can. But the jokes aside, she loves to talk about that topic. She can give you more detail. I'm just going to summarize it, which is unfair to the beautiful presentation you made 2 weeks ago. But United Arab Emirates is taking this actually quite seriously. And I am delightfully surprised after hearing your presentation, because what we see regarding UAE is a mix of strategic optimism and regulatory realism. So they kind of know their limitations and trying to do something. They had a couple of, how should I put this, tryouts to move further. And they actually did good stuff in regards to quantum governance. So ELSA is a multifaceted topic. And since early morning, you are hearing what ELSA is, ethical, legal, societal aspects, if you don't know. But ethical, legal, societal, these are all loaded words. In Turkish, we say her yola gelir, which means, you know, you can pull anywhere you want. These are really broad topics. So UAE is doing great in terms of governance, but maybe not so great in other fields. But they are trying to be anticipatory. They're trying to get ready for it. Not every country in MENA region has that type of approach. They don't even realize it. There are countries who just started to have their first quantum physics classes opening, working in Algeria. Not you, I'm looking at you, but it's not that was Algeria. Yeah. So not every country has, not not in their radar, I should say. Societal readiness. As you can see, you know, strong reliance on international norms and stuff, but only time is going to tell us whether they take this seriously or not, because it's pretty common in our countries, for most countries in our region, these are not institutionalized efforts. The management changes, the government, the person changes, all this vision is out of the door, and the newcomer doesn't care about these issues and everything is gone. We know this a lot from our country. What else? Let's talk about Libya. Libya guy is over there. So if you're interested in corner that person, he can run. You have to be smarter because she cannot run. She hurt her leg, he can run. So you have to be fast to. Good, that's what I wanted to hear. The main problem with Libya is access to quantum hardware. There are interested students, but access is very limited, not only to hardware, but also to cloud. Because of the political situation in the country, there's an embargo, things are banned, so national barriers are a huge problem. Because of that very reason, many folks are, if they want to study this, going abroad, right? If they can.
Even if they get accepted, they cannot get.
Even if they're accepted, they can. You know, I used to work for NASA. I remember for a month, my security clearance didn't come through. For a month, I couldn't even go to the restroom by myself. You know, I had to call my supervisor. Ed, can you take me to the bathroom? Like I'm 5-year-old. And he has to wait. Thank God I didn't have to call Ed, I'm finished. I didn't have to say that because, you know, actually when clear, that was because I was able to take care of myself because I was straight. No?
Country at that time.
Yes, yes, yes.
That's how difficult for you. Can you imagine for someone else who's non-native?
That was case even for the US folks. NASA bases security clearances were tougher, but for a month. But luckily I wasn't a NATO member, you know, I was an ally. If I were from Libya, probably I couldn't have gotten that job. So denial of use policies actually function as an invisible fence. So access, equality, that's the problem for most of the folks in MENA region. Libya tried to establish a quantum hub in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, but it didn't come true, right? You can hear all the juicy, gossipy stuff from him. My job is to promote them, okay? Promote the folks in. So you talk to her, talk to him, talk to Ida, because she also for her master thesis, and she's going to give a talk tomorrow. For her master thesis, she spoke to 10 researchers who born, trained, and currently working elsewhere. So she actually spoke to 10 people with lots of experience. She's going to say similar stuff. So in our countries, we can do shallow tech related work, but for deep tech, which requires a lot of planning, a lot of infrastructure, a lot of stability, since we lack these, we cannot do deep stuff. What else? But there's still hope. I told you I'm going to finish with a high note. Grassroots. So there is talent. There is interested people. I mean, when he did, do you know what? Do you know that I am on TikTok? In Turkey, when I say this, I'm 50 years old. 49 to be precise, but you know, I say 50, it's more rhetorically stronger. When I say that I'm on TikTok, my colleagues say that, what? We can't believe you. I mean, you look like a serious person. I'm not. I used to be a clown. But TikTok for science communication is a great media. And that's how actually students in Libya learned about quantum-related activities and events.
Surprisingly, yes.
Surprisingly. So for science communication to be active, working, we have to utilize the media that the audience are. Okay, so TikTok is great. But that was actually a science communication accident because it wasn't by design.
I totally agree.
It wasn't designed. They realized that, okay, there is a hype happening. He traced the hype, he found TikTok. Okay, it wasn't planning. He didn't plan TikTok videos and stuff. But we can plan because it's, how should I put this? Low cost science communication activity, social media. Q-World and similar initiatives are important. Otherwise, we will be disconnected. We are already disconnected, but this is going to get worse. We will be disconnected from global networks. How much time do I have? 2 minutes, perfect. Algeria. Education gap is enormous. Because universities simply haven't taught quantum science and technology related classes literally until last year. Literally until last year, according to that workshop presentation that Farhani made 2 weeks ago. It is amazing. So as Fabienne said, Europe, her presentation is not reflecting the whole Europe because it's same for MENA. I mean, we have on one hand a little bit more advanced countries, on the other hand, we have Algeria. But people still here are interested. Again, they also hit the hardware wall. There is also talent, but there's also brain drain. Limited lab capacity. I mean, the problems are same. At least I can tell you that. No hardware, no experimental facilities, no error correction labs, no fabrication rooms. You can only do computational stuff, buying some cloud time, computer time, which will, and you cannot have first world ELSA problems. We want to have first world ELSA problems. You know, we are not there yet. So, quantum education expanding but uneven in the region. Students are eager, lacking lots of resources. Students rely on simulators or small free quotas like IBM and others. Brain drain becomes a huge issue because in this region, every brain is very valuable because their added value to the country is very important, and you lose them to Switzerland, you lose them to US, you lose them to Germany. One of them is here, over there. So, yeah. So it is a very important problem. Policy decisions are made in isolation, which is another important ELSA topic. It is supposed to be participatory. But no, one day we learned that Aselsan, for instance, decided to have a quantum lab at Top University in Ankara. How did they do that? Why? What's the... We just go there to the opening ceremony class, and that's it. In most of these countries, all of these decisions are happening like that. This is supposed to be participatory, you know, co-creation, participatory design. These are important so that everybody gets a saying. Everybody is represented. That doesn't happen. This is happening because it's expensive. I mean, they are paying the price from the budget, not their own money, but still they are making that decision. So they don't want to lose that power. Countries without quantum capacity are falling behind. We don't have any competitiveness. Very few quantum companies, startups. We're losing talent. I don't know why I said I'm going to finish it on a high note. This doesn't sound that high. Dependence.
So
Okay. So what can we do? Maybe this is better. We can strengthen education for all disciplines, expand science communication. Well, communication is the key. I have a background in communication. That's why my default is saying communication is the key. But as long as we have talent, people who are interested in, it kind of gives me hope. So that's the high note, young people. So if we can sell this idea to them, they are interested because in Turkish we say yırtmak. They also are looking for a hope. They want to find a way to shatter that glass ceiling that is preventing them from becoming rich or the next Mark Zuckerberg. Coordinated policies, not for only countries, but maybe for the whole region, because there is a lot of potential. I mean, in this region, most of the folks speak either Arabic, Turkish, or Farsi. So we can actually create a literature that we can also create shared labs and accesses, some collaborative policies, and build sustainable research infrastructure across countries so that we can stop talent bleeding. I really. So that's all I have. At least it's not one single slide saying, no, we don't. At least I can show you the problems. And as I said earlier, if you're interested more in this, talk to her, talk to him, talk to her. He knows everything. Talk to him. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Zeki, and thank you everybody for bearing with me this afternoon. I'm sure now it's a really sleepy time for all. So, okay, just to give a little bit of background on this workshop, originally it was conceived to be just Southeast Asia, but through conversations with colleagues elsewhere in Australia, and then later on talking to Zeki about the possibility of combining workshops, because originally I thought that we needed to have a bigger group of people so that it doesn't seem so sparse. And also the other thing was that we wanted to make sure that we have as diverse a representation as possible. And the other third thing was that I also wanted to include those who are normally not part of this kind of conversations in Asia, because in Asia, discussions around ELSA, if they exist at all, tend to be dominated by the members of the STEM community. And of course, in other areas, such as in in East Asia, for instance, there are obviously a lot of representatives from like the social sciences who are on. But in Southeast Asia, that was not the case. And of course, we wanted to include Australia because Australia is literally like the Lone Ranger in a way that it's not really part of any other specific continent, but it's part of Australasia. So yeah, so what you get here is a mix of North Asia. Unfortunately, we don't have Central Asia represented. West Asia is already represented by MENA just now. And of course, South Asia and Southeast Asia as the thing that's standing between. Of course, we couldn't represent every single country from all of these regions, and that included Southeast Asia as well, for various practical reasons. And of course, one of the reasons also had to do with the fact that we did organize it a little bit at the last minute to kind of coincide with my end of semester. So there wasn't a lot of time to do outreach, even though I was actually looking around to see who will be the potential speakers for this. So what was the purpose of this? Bringing together voices from the Australasian region to gather insights on ethical, legal, and societal applications of quantum tech and what that actually would mean within the Asian context. Because as they've gathered from the presentations of the other reps from the other regions, that Asia actually has a more different focus. And I think it's also primarily driven by a lot of grassroots activities, as well as there's like grassroots activities, there's also policy-driven activities. So you have top-down and bottom-up stuff happening at the same time. And of course, there's also Australia, which and Singapore, both of which represent the more developed regions of the Southeast Australasian. And of course, we also have Korea and Japan. China was not part of this, though technically they should have been, since they are Northeast Asia. And yeah, of course, there are also other regions that could not be included, obviously, for political reasons, such as North Korea. So I would say that this is not representative of the entire Asiatic space, but at the same time, it still presents the things that are likely to come from this region, even within the groups that are represented here. So what we did is, because we wanted to keep it to 2 hours, so we have a short presentation of about 10 minutes with participants from a variety of backgrounds. And these are the presenters. Sorry, it's a little bit. So yeah, we have participants from diverse backgrounds, and these are the participants. Originally, I actually was targeting more, but because of time constraints, so I decided to reduce, and also because I didn't want to spend too much time on email back and forth, since it was also a busy period for me and the other people as well. So yeah, so what we had here is from South Korea to Philippines, Singapore, India, Australia, Malaysia, and actually we have someone from China, but she was not really representing China. She was representing the organization that she was a part of. So, and yeah, so literally you can see that it was about 1 hour and 20 minutes. Of course, Dongyeon actually couldn't really join us because she was sort of like flying between places, but we were able to get Zeki to read out the script that she has actually prepared. And we managed to also have some conversations towards the end. You know, there was actually not a lot of time left because some people had some have longer presentations. So let's see what were the key themes that were discussed. So among the things that came up were actually discussions around standards and compliance. This came out in varying ways. I think this was particularly emphasized by the Australian speaker, Alistair. But I would say that it came out in different forms in the presentations of our other speakers from India, as well as from the Philippines, and even from Singapore, actually, and of course Malaysia as well. To a certain extent, I will actually go into more details as to what came up in their presentation. Then there's also alignment versus not alignment. What is meant here is, do we want to align ourselves with the global north, or do we not want to align with that in terms of, for instance, developmental milestones, as well as our tech policies? Then there's export controls. This obviously is extremely relevant to Asia in general, because even within Southeast Asia, let alone the rest of Asia, there are obviously a lot of unevenness in access due to export controls that are actually imposed on these countries. And recently, ASEAN has actually talked about, developing like an ASEAN quantum space, and also about maybe, well, not ASEAN as the organization, but the scientists in there, the physicists in there have talked about potentially building collaboration. This connects back to Peter's discussion earlier on international collaboration and having exchange programs and mobility programs. But there's also a difficulty in that when we are talking about something as sensitive as quantum tech, because when we talk about technical assistance, which is very much a big part of Southeast Asia story, and I say it's also part of the internal Asian story, because there's a lot of mobility stemming from technical assistance between, let's say, North Asia to Southeast Asia, and I would say even from South Asia to Southeast Asia as well, because Northeast Asia to Southeast Asia and South Asia to Southeast Asia, primarily because of the developmental conditions of these different regions stemming from the post-colonial period after the Second World War. So when we talk about mobility programs and talking about joint collaborations, the thing is like who actually gets to have access, for instance, to cloud quantum computing or even to hardware, for instance. These are conversations that were not as much part of the other earlier form of collaboration that was in nuclear, that was taking place in Asia probably about 40 years earlier prior to this conversation about quantum. So, and then of course, there's also the supply chain, because interestingly, Asia is a big part of the supply chain from the raw materials to the manufactured materials. And Malaysia itself was the electronic supply chain to a lot of developed countries for several decades. Then we're talking about raw minerals and rare earth minerals. A lot of these are within Central Asia and Northeast, right? And at the same time, these are also the same countries with multiple political issues, diplomatic issues with the rest of the Western world. So how do we deal with this incongruity here? Then there's the macroeconomic impact of quantum tech and what that would mean for each of these countries. And this, of course, goes back to the question of access, inclusivity, and of course, diversity in terms of who gets to be part of the labor force as well. And of course, diversity in terms of what kind of quantum tech can you develop, right, locally, and what kind of specialization are you able or could you justify having in terms of variety within, there's different regions of Southeast Asia, particularly in the developing parts of Asia. And then, as I mentioned earlier, there's the top-down policy imposition versus grassroots. And this is particularly the case. We have actually two very good examples in the Philippines and Singapore, because Singapore has both. And I would say the Philippines also has both. It's just that probably the grassroots is a lot stronger in the Philippines compared to Singapore. And this is also a cultural reason behind that. And of course, executive risk versus accountability. Now, who is going to be the party that, for instance, actors within Asia are supposed to be accountable to? Are they accountable only to, for instance, the state authorities, or are they also accountable to the larger international community? And of course, there's executive risks involved in terms of decision making and deciding, for instance, how do you develop risk mitigation programs around new emerging technologies? And of course, there's also the pastoral side of things. This is something that have been discussed by our earlier speakers relating to raising awareness and so relating to literacy. So how would literacy actually look like in this case? Is it enough to have impressionistic knowledge of the science, or do you need to go deeper than that? So these are the key themes that came up. Okay. Right, so let me summarize a bit what was actually discussed by our Philippine and Singapore speakers. So the first speaker of the Philippines is actually Bobby Corpus, who leads the Quantum Computing Society of the Philippines, which is a grassroots effort focused on building national awareness of quantum tech. Actually, more recently, they have held a conference back in, I think it was July, end of July, which was also partially sponsored by the Filipino government. Zeki was actually present. You were there. Zeki was actually present at the conference. So for the Philippines, one of the most urgent priority for them is quantum education and workforce development. I would say this is not just the case of Philippines, it's also the case for a lot of underdeveloped Southeast Asian countries when it comes to area of the physical sciences. This actually will include Cambodia as well. Laos is a very special case, which will have to be discussed separately. And of course, Myanmar too. But of course, probably in the case of Philippines, they are way more developed because they actually have government support. Whereas for the other three countries I mentioned, government support is a little bit harder to get because of political instability. right? So quantum is still in its infancy in the Philippines. And the conference I mentioned just now is the Quantum Information Science and Technology Conference, which was actually the country's first broad introduction and actually involved participants who are not just STEM actors, not those who are just from the technical side of things, but also I would say members that would prefigure what an ELSA community would look like. So their community had been running long form lecture series and also a lot of hackathons, as well as like school outreach programs. But one of the things that Bobby mentioned is the low completion rates. And of course, there's also the teacher capacity. Actually, Philippines is very interesting country in a sense, is that most of the students actually finish high school when they're 16. And initially I thought, wow, they must have started really early. But the actual case was that they just have shorter years in school. They don't have as many years in school. That's why they finish a lot earlier. And that actually, in a sense, impacted them when they go to university because they do not have as much preparation. And this was actually brought up by one of the members of this Quantum Computing Society, who was talking about the difficulties of, for instance, teaching appropriate level technical skills and knowledge to students at the university level because of the lack of preparation. And that also, in a way, became like a catch-up game for them. So yeah, as usual, brain drain. So I'm not going to talk about this. Gender imbalance, which is actually very interesting because the Philippines, I actually read somewhere else, has actually a very high number of women in research and academia, especially in the sciences, largely because it's not considered glamorous. So any jobs that's not glamorous, you always find a lot of women in that. So being a scientist is actually one of them as well in Southeast Asia. And then, of course, cybersecurity vulnerabilities, the whole PQC problem that was just been talked about. So I won't go into that detail. But even then, they are actually very big on DEI. So they're very committed to inclusivity. And they want to actually incorporate that into quantum education. And they consider the application of quantum sensing, especially for earthquake detection and disaster risk reduction, as very important, primarily because the Philippines does sit in a disaster zone, and not just the Philippines, same thing with Indonesia as well. And at the regional and global level, they actually highlight challenges in post-quantum cryptography, export controls, equitable hardware access, everything I actually said earlier. So the next I want to point out too is Singapore, which has a very different problem. I guess Singapore is probably closer to having a first world problem than a third world problem. But even so, Singapore is interesting in a sense that it's a country that has risen very rapidly. But the problem with rising very rapidly is that sometimes your foundations may not be very strong. And that actually also includes, for instance, your scientific culture. Because for a lot of the area, like in Southeast Asia, a lot of the scientific culture and practices are actually imported. And I can say this as somebody who actually has been studying that region and their scientific cultures for almost a decade, actually more than a decade by now. So, and although in terms of technical education, they are doing really, really well. They have a math and like a gifted math and science high school that train very elite students. And they have actually managed to risen up the ranks in terms of research for the university in just 20 years. I mean, before that, they were literally at the same level as like Malaysia in terms of the university capability. And now they have actually even outranked a lot of other major universities in other parts of the world. But at the same time, as Clara Fontaine, who is actually an American PhD student who is at NUS, was mentioning here that Singapore takes on a very top-down approach to policy. It was the same with its AI strategy, AI national plan as well. And she's actually also a chair of the Quantum Young Researchers Association. So that is actually a grassroots association, which is focused on ecosystem building rather than on state or corporate initiative, which is very much the way that Singapore tends to do things. And it's also one of the organizations that is actually very strong on ELSA-related things, because ELSA is not very popular in Singapore in general, and particularly not that popular among the the technical community over there. So one of the things that Kira actually managed to do, which is the Quantum Young Researchers Association I mentioned, is that they managed to have a town hall which brought about 400 early career researchers. So these are researchers that are still idealistic and still think that they could actually change the world, right? Together with stakeholders from different agencies, universities, industry. And actually to do that in Singapore is not really a very easy task. It might seem easy, but it's actually not. I think Shan probably can say something about that. And it allows them to actually to have participatory influence on the development of policies in Singapore. Singapore is still developing its quantum strategy, so it's still a work in progress. It's not like reified and kind of like published and, you know, sort of like that is what you have and that's what you get. Actually, as somebody who, I mean, before moving to Singapore, has also studied in the US, right? She was able to try to draw a comparative lens as well by highlighting certain ELSA risks. So number one, the deepening global north-south dependencies in terms of how we were talking about alignment versus not alignment. So that is the kind of dependency that she was actually referring to. Militarized quantum agendas, extractive collaboration, which is actually very common. Particularly when you talk about private-public partnerships, because it actually involves one party, especially the more dominant party and a party that actually can supposedly contribute the value that's desired by the other recipient or the beneficiary party. They could actually insert certain they could actually insert certain clauses where they may demand, for instance, expenditure on labor, or they may extract certain resources, like, for instance, access to certain raw materials, for instance, or access to certain labor force. But I think in this case, usually it involves raw materials, largely because a disproportionate amount of distribution of raw materials are actually located in developing countries, way more than in developed countries. So they usually will negotiate by selling something, a finished outcome, to have access to the raw resources. So that's actually part of the danger in terms of extractive economy and collaboration. And of course, there's also Singapore's tendency to prioritize partners with the skin in the game. So literally, and this is actually a well-known thing, because Singapore, despite being part of Southeast Asia, doesn't really build collaboration with much of the rest of Southeast Asia. What they actually have is more like a beneficiary versus a donor relationship, as opposed to a collaborative relationship with the rest of Southeast Asia when it comes to science and tech. So for instance, if you look at the ASEAN space, or the ASEAN organization, a lot of the countries that are actually active in that are the developing ASEAN countries rather than developed ASEAN countries such as Singapore. So she emphasized that grassroots works remain extremely fragile and essential, but yet very essential for shaping ethical, just, and people-centered quantum futures in the region. Okay, next one. So I'm just going to quickly go through Malaysia a little bit, because I don't want to make it a one country presentation, but I just want to focus on a few things that does not repeat what I've said earlier. So Malaysia actually began its journey in quantum actually back in 2005, 2010. And I would say that coincided with around the same time where Singapore was doing the same thing, literally. It's just that Singapore was more successful compared to Malaysia in that. And Malaysia actually has been paying attention to developments in QTurkey for quite a while. And it's not just one person saying this, because I actually have heard and read similar stories coming up from various documents on this, where there has been like this very, so like, I don't use the word chaotic, but there has not been a very structured or very organized approach to quantum information in Malaysia, even though it actually has this very early start all the way back to the last century. So And Malaysia, just like Singapore, is very much focused on developing an AI, a national AI roadmap. And for Malaysia, it was launched in 2023. And because of AI, that it actually had revived interest in QKD. Before that, even though it was through a small agency called MEMOS. MEMOS is actually a government agency that is focused on, originally, they were the company that was responsible for bringing internet to Malaysia for the very first time. So you can see that communication is a big thing for them. And so it's not surprising that they're interested in QKD because obviously communication, quantum communication, and then quantum security, they're all kind of like interconnected, right? So, but I would say that in terms of policy, they don't really have a very straight path, and they still lack a clear national quantum roadmap. And this actually led to fragmentation of priorities across different ministries. Like different ministries are doing different things. And even in my most recent conversation with one representative from MEMOS, it seems to be still the case. And so, yeah, so we do have and Malaysia actually is going to be hosting the ASEAN Quantum Summit in early December. Yeah, in early December, I think it's the first week of December. So you can actually easily look it up. Or I can actually share with you the details if you're interested. So one of the things that Malaysia has that epitomizes not just Malaysia alone, but also a lot of other developing ASEAN countries is the, for instance, standards alignment. How are they going to do the standards alignment and with whom would they be referencing the standards alignment? And then, as I mentioned earlier, Malaysia is part of the global supply chain. Even when it was not part of the global technological chain, it has always been part of the broader, both raw materials as well as like lower level manufactured material supply chain. So yeah, so one of the greatest challenge now, because of the lack of communication across different ministries, and I would say this is very true for all countries with semi-autocratic or oligarchic regimes, so it's not specific to Malaysia, is that there will be real difficulties in actually attaining a clear set of standards within the shorter term. Okay, so now let's move on to a different region, which is North Asia or Northeast Asia. So this actually, this particular presentation merges between UNESCO's perspective as well as the Northeast Asia perspective, because the speaker, Sen Hong, actually represents both sides. So she started actually with discussion on UNESCO and how UNESCO operates across the full spectrum of frontier technologies, beginning from early ICT to the broadcasting of internet, AI, and of course, quantum. And she also talks about how UNESCO has consistently examined these developments through the ELSA as well as the political human rights framework. So one of the UNESCO's major contribution is the 2021 recommendation on the ethics of AI, which established human rights-based principles and 20 policy action for national adoption. So building on these, now they are actually utilizing anticipatory approaches to quantum technology, using AI governance as a point of reference, and also realizing that in terms of AI governance, they have started too late. So I'm going to kind of skip ahead because I don't want to go on into the full thing about UNESCO, but I wanted to just say one thing, which is that UNESCO actually considers quantum as one of its work streams that is connected to human rights-centered governance. So it's kind of very interesting that that actually came out, largely because we are actually considering this from the background of, when we talk about extractive relationships and technologies, that was actually one of the issues that I would say that UN organizations are concerned about. So next. Okay, so this is also Northeast Asia, North Asia. Firstly, I think this is not just specific to South Korea. Definitely is true across all Northeast Asia. Is the use of dual use governance in practice in countries such as South Korea, Japan, and of course Singapore, even though it's ASEAN. The other one is about reframing certification and interoperability as ethical duties. So quantum systems are linked to telecommunications, satellites, and financial infrastructures. And inconsistent evidence expectations across jurisdictions create duplicated audits and unequal access. So, and then there is a third priority, which treats quantum supply chain as a values question. And this is very, very important for Northeast Asia, East Asia, because they are part of the higher level of supply chain. If you know, the whole semiconductor controversy, right, was literally this political standoff between Asia, East Asia, and the US, right? So they, because of their production of upstream components such as cryogenics, detectors, specialty optics, right? So this actually creates problems around equity, environmental labor, and also trust concerns. And of course, how do you track the provenance? And also, how do you ensure there's no tampering with the logistics? And finally, there is an emphasis on responsible collaboration by design. And this actually connects back to the earlier discussion, to what I mentioned earlier about technical assistance. Okay, so finally, so India, quickly, how much do I have? 0. Okay, so I won't say so much because actually Shan will be speaking more from the Indian perspective, so I'm just going to give you something in like 5 seconds. So the few things that she was talking about is, for instance, South Asia's overemphasis on strategic and military capability, right? And the other thing that he also talks about is severe resource constraints, which includes financial, infrastructure, institutional, talent retention problem, brain drain again, weak public awareness, fragmented IP management, and insufficient higher education capacity in terms of master's and PhD training. Even though actually I would say by far that India actually has quite a lot of technical higher education programs. But he's like talking more in terms of the mismatch. He'll talk about more of that tomorrow, so I won't go into great detail. And Australia, because it's actually represented by standards, not by by the organization called Standards Australia. So the whole conversation is largely about standards. But I wanted to say that one of the things that Australia is actually interested in is how to develop standards around ELSA and how this actually can be connected to the standards they're developing around ensuring responsible innovation and international engagement. So the main areas are infrastructure, workforce development, workforce development, standards that support national interests, and trusted, ethical, and inclusive quantum ecosystem. Then, this was the one on Australia. And then, this is the final part. So what are the same things that you can hear repeated multiple times? So these are the 4 things. I'll let you read them. I will not say what they are now. And then challenges, pretty much repeated already by Pieter in the beginning and repeated by everyone else since, with the additional extractive dependencies. And finally, recommendations. And I think this also has been echoed by the others. So again, Zeki is taking notes and we'll actually discuss more of this tomorrow. So thank you very much.
So hi, hello, thank you for the invitation. I really appreciate to be here. I'm a professor in quantum optics. I will present myself a little bit. So this is the first time for me in this kind of audience, talking about these topics, although I have been working with my government in Chile about this a bit. So I really appreciate the opportunity because I'm learning a lot from the other speakers. So I will tell you a little bit about what is happening in quantum related to the Latin America. We also had like a previous event. I will go through the names somewhere in the presentation, but I didn't summarize everything like step by step during that previous workshop or meeting. So I try to gather the conclusions and the problems and the ideas that were like emerging from this discussion. And of course, it has some personal opinions as well during the presentation. So this is me. So I am a professor, a researcher at the University of Chile, and I'm also an associated researcher at Mira, which is in the Millennium Institute for Research in Optics in Chile. Chile is besides Argentina, very far away from here, like in Latin America. I direct the group Amazing Quantum at the University of Chile, so you can find there the webpage if you want to know more. I also do a lot of outreach. So I have like an Instagram account, like the TikTok one, on Instagram, so you can follow me there. Where I try to show to the people what do we do in the lab, how to explain things about quantum physics, how to fight against pseudoscience, like this quantum healing and other stuff. You will see plenty of reels about that, like complaining against these people. I'm also a mom of three, so I have a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 1-year-old. And so I have also chosen to fight the battle of gender gap, because of course it's related to what I have lived during my life. So this is like a summary of all the things that I do. Regarding my formation, so I studied in Chile, then I did my PhD in France, in Paris, in the group of Harold and Jean-Michel Raymond, exactly in the time when he got the Nobel Prize. Then I went to the US, to the Joint Quantum Institute to work with Paul Lett. And then I came back to Chile after 7 years, and then I was hired as a professor. Then I started to be a researcher at Mira. And then I inaugurated my lab. This is in January of this year. So this is like some of the videos that you can find in the Instagram. So this is like a bit of my trajectory. So besides what I told you, I also, from 2024, I was called by my government with another 7 professors, academics, to try to guide the discussion of how to build like a roadmap of quantum technologies in Chile. So this was in 2024. We were like asked to join this effort with the Ministry of Science, Technology, and also the Interior Ministry. I don't know how to say that in English, but the one that the second ministry below the president. I also advocate a lot about gender gap, as I said. So this is an example of the battles that I choose. I will talk a little bit more tomorrow, but I think that in this discussion of ELSA, we have faced and we have listened a lot of the discussion of how to make science really inclusive for everyone. This includes these kind of situations. So you can have a look later. I will talk a little bit tomorrow about what I have done here for this inclusive travel support grant in the International Year of Quantum. So I never thought of myself like doing like political things, but at the end of the day, it turns out that I'm doing anyways. And this is why Zeki, I guess, thought of me when he invited me. So the first panel that we have in like the Latam blog, was first like a Chilean panel when different people from Chile were talking about this ESLA situation over there. And then we have like a second panel with the people from Latam. So we have a person from me from Chile, Uruguay, Laura Gatti, Federico Hernan, colleague from Argentina, Marcelo Terracuña, that most of people maybe you know him also from Brazil, Salvador Venegas from Mexico, Galileo Giolini from República Dominicana. And so we didn't have the representation of all the countries, but in any ways we can have some summary of what the conclusions of what we have discussed. So there is a global revolution and a regional risk. I think that the ethic discussions about quantum technology will happen with or without us. And this is important for us because at the end, as a Latam bloc, we want to have like a seat on the table where these things will be discussed. This is important for us. So these quantum technologies are no longer speculative. They are rapidly shaping the future of communication, computation, sensing, security. But I would say that in Latin America, we face like a double problem, or maybe a 3 import-output problem, because we have to build local capacity. We don't have a productive change. So it's very different, like the situation that you were describing in Asia. So we do great science with the little amount of money that we have to do that. But we don't have like any company building lasers or EOMs or AOMs or optics or whatever. So we have to like import everything from abroad, which when something fails in the experiments, so in our daily research, fundamental research in the lab, we have a huge problem. So this is happening along the Latin America. So it's not just Chile. Even if I wanted to, for example, buy a laser from Brazil, Brazil doesn't have either a company doing that. So we have a problem in the chain of productivity, so to say. We want to like raise our voice. We want to have a seat on this table where the people are like discussing these things, like here. But I do agree. I relate a lot with the previous talk here that we are facing. I think that we are facing the same problem, but in a very different situation. Like we are starting to discuss about this, but it's not the same discussion that Europe is having, or even Asia is having, or of course the US is having. It's a different. We are coming from a different perspective. Okay. And so it's important for us to be like considered in this kind of event. So why this matter? Because for Latin America, the question is not only how to catch up, like how to follow this quantum, or like not even quantum, but like this revolutionary technological revolution. It's not just that, it's how can we shape our own narrative. It's important for us to try to understand whether we will just be following somebody else, or whether we can have our own voice and actually like put something new on the table, or at least present like the reality in LATAM on this discussion. Okay, so there is a risk of deepening asymmetries between countries who lead and the ones who follows. This was described by Bruna a bit in her presentation, and I think that this is a huge problem for LATAM, because as in the other presentation, they were comparing this as the Industrial Revolution. So LATAM has been like one of the blocks, like the land blocks in the globe that just follow what other people is doing and commanding and discussing, but we don't always have a seat on the table. And this is important for us that now, since we have like a more global communication and connection, as you wanted to put it, we might have the chance to join this effort, this global effort, but having a voice on it, not just someone who is following the lead of somebody else. Okay, even if we don't have the same resources of Europe, of the US, so we have to be like, here, I think that we have to be very, not to be naive. We cannot compare to what Europe or US or China or Singapore is doing. It's impossible. We don't have the resources, but still we have a voice, and we still have something to say, and still we think that we have something to offer in this discussion, in this revolution. So. So we think that if Latin America does not engage now, we might find ourselves subject to a global rules that we have not part in creating. So this is important to us to address. So there is a window of opportunity, it's true, and we need a seat on that table. And the decisions we make now will define whether we become an active contributors or passive consumers of this technological revolution, as what happened to us in the past. Okay. So this is the thing that we want to discuss. So we have some core risks, which you can also like think about them as opportunities. Okay, from LATAM's perspective. So for regions like LATAM, it is not just an abstract exercise. It is a prerequisite for fair participation, sovereignty, and equitable access to emerging technologies. So I have tried to divide this in 3 topics, like the governance without capacity is just empty promises. And this follows a bit, so it's not the same kind of hype or sensationalism when you hear people talking about quantum healing and stuff, but still, it can be there, like governments say, no, we have, the first quantum computer in I don't know which area, or we are raising, I don't know, so much money in the startups. But at the end of the day, it can be just empty promises, or that without that proper legislation or governance or roadmap or strategy, at the end, it can turn out just like empty promises. So it's important to address that. Quantum technologies for what? This is something that we also have to ask ourselves, as like in the Latin American extratism and exclusion from this discussion. So when we talk about governance without capacity that are empty promise. So what I want to say that is that ethical discussions sounds good, and it's important to have it, okay? But without training talent, infrastructure, and research capacity, ethics become just like a facade, okay? And if you want to have a real engagement, we require to have local experts able to understand and audit quantum applications. Okay, so this is important to have in mind. And national and regional capacity to develop, adopt, and regulate quantum technologies, and also an active role in setting global standards, not just adopting them. So this is also important for us. So ethics without sovereignty is just a statement of good intentions, but we cannot live anymore in good intentions. So quantum governance is not just cybersecurity or export control. It is about who benefits from this technology, who decides how this technology will be used, and who gets protected by this, and who gets also like this is like an enterprise, a billion enterprise moving money from one continent to the other. So even if we try to think that this is not a political discussion, at the end of the day, it is a political discussion, and it has like these big countries or blocs, they have their own agenda, and we cannot be naive about that. Okay, it's not just good intentions to include everyone, and we need to pay attention on that. So about quantum technologies for what? This is something that we have, I will talk a bit of what we have done in Chile to address this point. But at the bottom is like, we need to ask observers what the problems are we trying to solve. I'm talking about the perspective from LATAM. I know that worldwide we are trying to build a quantum computer because of the security issues and the problems that we can solve with the superquantum computer. No one almost talks about quantum sensing, which is my field, so I love quantum sensing. But at some point, we also need to address, I think, like as a block, how we can contribute better to this emergence of this new technology, so to say, okay? Whose needs are being prioritized? This is also important, right? Because it's you people from other parts of the world and I, or from Latam, we don't have the same priorities, we don't have the same problems. So for me, for example, in Chile, if I want to talk to people like the general public and I want to tell them how important it is to invest in quantum technology, and normal people will say to me, I don't care about quantum technology, I want to have a good health, good education. So we are not a developed country. We are trying to develop our country and try to arrive to the position of the US and Europe or China in that sense. So for us, it becomes very important, this question, what are we prioritizing? We just want to be like in the globe. So I don't know if you have seen these maps that we have seen today, like during the day, they appear a lot of maps about who is doing quantum whatever, and Chile is like empty. Just in one map, it was blue, because it was the awareness map from the UNESCO, I think, because they know what we are trying to build. But at the end of the day, we almost do not figure there. We are not there. Brazil, at least more, okay? And so what the question of what we can offer from LATAM, it's a very useful conversation and question for our blog. From Chile, for example, when we have these grants, we apply for grants and we are trying to advance fundamental science or technological, trying to connect the fundamental science and technology. When we get this grant, we have to engage on the social impact, public participation, responsibility of responsible use of the data. But this is also, I think that at some point during the conversation today morning, someone asked this, I don't know who, but they were saying at the end, okay, so you know that in these grants, you are asked to fill this square about how you will engage with people, blah, blah, but at the end seems to be that it's not relevant. Because if your project is good enough, and this is not good enough, no one will say to you that you don't get the grant. You see, so at the end, it seems to be that the ELSA is not so in the core of this thing, and I think that it should be in the core of these things, like equality. You cannot have excellence in science without equality in science. This is something that, for me, we need to have in the core of how we run science in each country. Okay, so we try to do that, and we also try to ask ourselves, for example, in our country, in Chile, we have a lot of mining going on, agriculture. So it's also a fair question to ask whether quantum technologies could be used in that field where Chile is already making a lot of things, you see? So the science technology to serve civil and social rights, it is important. Of course, it's the core of the ELSA, in my opinion, and to avoid just reinforcing system of control, surveillance, and inequality. So this is for us, I think that this is an opportunity because we already have been in the place where people decide without us, and now we have the opportunity to join this table and decide with them. Okay, this is like the thing that happens. So the danger of hype, extremism, and exclusion, I think we more or less know what this is about, but quantum and any hype is dangerous, both scientifically, politically, and also in social media. You can, I will discuss a bit more of this tomorrow in the science communication part of the meeting. But of course, you have a lot of hype on sensationalism where you use the quantum word and you don't know what this does mean. And you think that the problem is just the pseudoscience doing quantum healing, but it's not just that. You can also have like papers with a perfect title, and at the end you see the paper is not what it's supposed to be doing. And also you have like this news, for example, quantum researchers now knows how to turn back the time backward. And you know that it's not true. They have just reversed an evolution, that's it. It's not that we have come back in time. But the title of the news is sensationalism, is hype. And this is dangerous for us. And we need to stop that. It's hard to fight misinformation. It's not easy to do that, okay? So without knowledge transfers mechanism, funding continuity, and clear regulation, we risk reproducing a form of technological extremism where Latin American science generates knowledge, but at the end, they cannot implement or govern its own outcomes, okay? So this is important to us. And we also risk seeing private actors making ethical claims without public accountability. Of course, this is important to us too. To everyone, because this is transversal, it's not just in Latin. So our strength, I think, is science first. So we do, at least in Latin, we do great science, like Brazil, Chile, Argentina they have a very critical situation right now regarding science, but they do great science. So we know how to do a good fundamental science. And we appear in the map of the people doing great science in that sense. And I think that this is our strength. And I think that we have to teach from there the critical thinking about the implications of quantum technologies, the social technical awareness of quantum technology, and also the civic responsibility and science and innovation in general. So I think that we have like this responsibility as the academics teaching the young people in this area. So in my opinion, our strongest ethical position is talent formation. It is like we don't want, so we want to invest in the brains that we have, because in my point of view, this is the best that we have as a country. But then we need to train them ethically, and we need to get them involved in these scenarios. So the role of companies, of course, is important. So in Chile, we have already like 4 companies that do some quantum technology. So we have Secure Quantum. Secure Quantum, I think, is the only one who is actually building quantum technology hardware in Chile, like not exporting anything, but really building that there. So they have a little box, which is like the output of 25 years of fundamental research in parametric time conversion. So what they have now, they have like a random quantum numbers generator that can auto-certificate itself. So they have a little box, you can buy it online. And so this is one of the only ones that have this like hardware generation, quantum technologies hardware generation in Chile. You also have Cordevex. Cordevex is a enterprise that is acting like a consulting for problems within the industry of Chile. So they combine quantum, post-quantum cryptography, AI, etc., many things. We have Maki. Maki is a startup in Chile that has started to create this own this MOF crystal, the Nobel Prize in Chemistry this year, but it's kind of long. And we also have Go Quantum that is not Chilean any longer. The owners sell the company to Canada, actually. But so we have like a kind of environment that is starting to move in this direction, and most of them come to the academic first, except Cordevex. Cordevex is not coming from academia, but all the rest I would say yes. So I think that we need, while we want to invest more money in quantum technology, to be able to construct quantum technology, to generate quantum technology, it has to be in parallel with the investment in basic science, which so we cannot like choose between these two. And this again is a problem for us in the sense that the money that we have in Latam in general, okay, except Sao Paulo, which is completely another situation. But in general, the amount of money that we have for science is very little. So if you started to support this kind of new initiative, the startups, of course, you have to take the money from somewhere else. So it is a discussion on how to get like this, like a kind of equilibrium within this. So, but it has to go like hands by hand, in my opinion. And Chile, I will talk a bit in the last few minutes that I have. I want to talk a bit what Chile has been doing. I think it's a case of a study in Latin America. So Chile has tried to start building their own, first the roadmap of quantum technologies in Chile, and also a strategy, a national strategy on how to pursue these goals. And it has like plenty of people working on that. So in the 2024, we were asked for these 8 people to try to advise our government in how to get a roadmap of quantum technologies in Chile. This was the first the first thing that we did. So we end up building this document. You can download it here. So it's this document, and in this document, what we actually do, we try to take like a RX exam of the Chilean community in quantum whatever, not just quantum technologies, quantum like basic science, and how the transition goes to quantum technologies. So you will find there 15 recommendations. This is what we have done. There's 15 recommendations. And it goes like in different directions. So the first, define a national strategy of quantum technologies, that this is what we have done during 2025, and it's going to be launched this December. In our country, but we have other points, so 14 others. So develop a framework for the development and regulation of quantum technologies, create a national commission of quantum technologies, provide guidelines for manufacture and application of quantum safe. Of course, quantum safe is always there. Establish quantum promotion unit within the national research agency that we have, implemented multi-facet strategy for Chile participating in this global quantum ecosystem. Of course, we want a seat on the table in the LATAM area and also in the globe. Create a national laboratories and advanced infrastructure. So we do have it. So just to give you an idea, so the ecosystem of quantum PIs in Chile has to be around 40 people. From these 40 people, we have about 7 labs doing quantum optics. We have 2 labs, almost 3 now, trying to do some quantum metrology, so sensing. And my lab is the only lab run by a woman, for example. This is like the reality that we have over there. So we need to invest in infrastructure, of course, to advance this. Another recommendation was to develop a program for attracting and retaining talent in the quantum related fields. We want to retain people. This does not mean that of course, I mean, you have different choices to make when you are making your own career. So one will be to go outside for your PhD or postdoc, but the idea is try to make the Chilean community appealing for them to come back and to actually do something with what they have learned. So then promote public education on quantum technologies and at various levels create competitive research funds for quantum-related areas, design and training and upskilling program for advanced human capital in quantum technologies, encourage the development of quantum-based solutions. So I guess this is very like, it's very transversal, this thing that we have recommended to our own government. So incentivize adoption of quantum technologies and strategic sectors. So establish innovation and piloting center of quantum technology, support the creation of startups and alliance and stuff like that. And across all these recommendations, we have tried to implement somehow the ESLA. It was not, it had to be very honest, it was not the main topic. When we were writing this document, this didn't appear to us like a topic. So we never presented that ESLA or whatever, but we tried to have like a paragraph, it's just like a paragraph, saying that whatever we do with this 15 recommendation, it has to have gender perspective, equality, blah, blah. So we try to put it over there, okay, and on the table. So now, when we start about talking about some more ethical inclusive development, we have tried to follow a bit more some documents. For example, this one from UNESCO, because we think so. Some people might think that this is not important, including ELSA requirements in this kind of perspective that every country or bloc is trying to build. Some people might think that, okay, this is the last of the concerns. We focus on the technology that we need to work, but this is not true. What history has shown us is that when you forget about that included from the beginning, then the gaps increase. So you need to consider from the very beginning. It will take a bit longer. It will take a bit of the bureaucracy, whatever, trying to make some documents in order to fill that, or come into this kind of conference or meeting and discuss with other people. But at the end, we think that this is important. So when the first recommendation of our roadmap was to build up this national strategy. So for that, we use some of these documents. We also compare our strategies. I'm sorry, this is in Spanish, but I couldn't change it on time. So we have compared the strategy that we were trying to create with all these other countries. And we also compare where we were in this like comparison for quantum ecosystems, so to say. So there is somewhere to put this score, and we are somewhere there in 47. So we are cataloged like an emerging quantum developing country. And so we are trying to, of course, to improve all of this. And so we have divided this national strategy in 3 points. We have the first, the enable factors. So we need to consider the things that the country needs in order to fulfill what we want to fulfill. Okay, so this is like bring together the essential elements that allow Chile to have quantum technology ecosystems, include core components, research and development applications in quantum technology, advancing quantum technology in Chile. And I understand that without minimum condition, of course, this will be just a good intention, but it will not have. This is like the main point of this. Then develop an adoption. This is important for us because some of the quantum technologies that have already been discussed, like, in my opinion, quantum computing, of course, Chile cannot compete with that. There have people like countries like 20 years investing in this, billions of dollars, so we cannot compete on that. So in that sense, it is smart to see, okay, for example, for quantum computing, you have neutral atoms, ions, superconducting, photonics, basically. So at some point, it could be smart to see which of these platforms will at the end be the selected, well, chosen one for this field, and then try to go from there. For instance, is an option. But also, so this is like the adoption of some technologies that have already been running, but also we can develop new. And then I think that it's important to recognize like our own needs in LATAM. For example, mining, agriculture, earthquake, we have earthquakes. So one of the things you could think about is how to detect earthquake early or whatever. There is a very beautiful project in Germany called ROMI, and they can detect these accelerations in earthquakes all around the globe. So it's very beautiful. But so at the end, try to think about this. And of course, we have to talk in this strategy about governance and ethics, because it is important. So in that new document, we already include part of this ELSA conversation. So just I am finishing now. So coming back to LATAM. So we need an international collaboration, but it has to be a collaboration. We don't want just to follow someone else and have the impression that our voice is being heard, but it's not heard at the end of the day. So a collaboration means a collaboration, okay? So we have this in mind. So we want a seat on the table, we need a seat on the table. The risk of inaction. So when we started to work with the government about this quantum roadmap, we didn't try to answer the question of how our country will have some benefits of this investment or time-consuming roadmap creation. We turn the question of what is the risk of not doing this? What is the price that we will have to pay in the future for not investing and thinking about this now? And this was way more appealing, of course, for like governments and like authorities. So we need a voice, representing us in this global conversation. And so when we comes to the question of what do we lose if we don't do that, I think that we lose our voice, we lose our talent, we lose the chance to define how quantum technologies will shape rights, inclusion, and justice in our society, because someone we have to follow. This is the reality, and history has like over and over again say that this is the reality anytime that you have like a technological revolution. So now what we are trying to do is to be part of this, like an active part, not just an spectator of what other people do. So the call of action that we have is like, it's time to act. So ethically, collectively, regionally, we need to state policies and not just projects or good intentions. We need to think about the protection of our own technological sovereignty. This is true, especially in LATAM, I think. And we want to have like transnational cooperation with parity and voice. This is important to us. Share ethical commitments like this. For example, I am learning from all of you what you are doing in your own blogs. I am learning from you, and I will try to discuss this later in my country. We need to have stable fundings. For instance, national strategy. National strategy for me, it means that it's independent on the current government. This is important too. Otherwise, you have the situation of Argentina, which is a terrible situation today with the invested in science. And I think that we need to engage also with other blocs that, what we are doing here at the end. Okay, so it's not just about competing with superpower countries or blocs. It is about making quantum technology serve for our core people. I think that is the key core of ESLA and the discussion. So I think that with that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity as well. And it's great to meet all participants there too. I'm Dorcas, and I'm presenting this on the Sub-Saharan African region. I can't say it represents the whole of Sub-Saharan Africa because we had 3 people in the team. We had one from Zimbabwe, Esther. We had Kenneth from Nigeria and myself from Ghana as well. So, I mean, in talking about ethical, legal, and social aspects of quantum technology in Sub-Saharan Africa, I'm looking at how we can rethink emerging technologies. Where do we locate quantum in Sub-Saharan Africa's digital policy ecosystem? Yes, indeed, we all agree that Africa is showing some work and participation in the advancements of emerging technologies, and also for quantum science and technologies as well. And we are devising roadmaps for the development and deployment and regulation of these technologies also. So it is very important that at this stage, where we are also starting, we also consider the ethical, legal, and social aspects of that. So in our discussion,
Very tasty.
we all agree that, I mean, in terms of quantum science and technology, we have the quantum computing, the simulation, sensing, and quantum communication, which is actually running across for all.
There's no amount of attention
Africa.
that is enough attention.
In Africa, in terms of, I mean, training, capacity building, in terms of workshop and other engagements as well. If you look at the map for Africa, talking about research activity in Africa, this data was collected by the African Quantum Consortium. You realize that there are just a few active areas where quantum research is actually going on. Number one, it's especially for us in Sub-Saharan, is South Africa, because they have the quantum, they have an excellence center, they have a hub, they are doing a lot of work as well. Egypt is doing well, Algeria, Nigeria, Ghana as well. But then if you look at my country, Ghana, we might not be doing active research because we are still growing, but then there are lots of activities ongoing in building capacity, in training the next generation and all that. In our discussion, we realized that Zimbabwe also is doing much as well. They currently have a pathway to sustainable progress for Zimbabwe, which has been led by Lauren and other people trying to have a roadmap or a national strategy for Zimbabwe as well. That is not only for Zimbabwe alone, but then they are also focusing on other research areas such as post-quantum encryption too. The beginning with, I mean, talking about ELSA, talking about emerging technologies and all that to enrich our lives while mitigating potential risk as well. The most concerning thing for this generation is the transformation, the transmission, or the protection of this information that we have. And all this information actually operates with new physical properties and constraints as well. And because of this, and because quantum technology is evolving, it is very reasonable. And this is a time for us, as we discuss progression, as we discuss research, as we discuss roadmap and strategy, then we also have to look at the ethical, legal, and social implications for what we have in terms of issues of information and data governance in Africa. A recent paper by DFR, which was looking at emerging technologies and development, democracy in Africa, it looked at South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, and Zimbabwe were used as case studies, and they identified these domains, which is connectivity, digital public infrastructure, and artificial intelligence. This is currently what is happening in Africa. Quantum technology is also emerging, but may be understood also not to be separate from these domains, but as a cross-cutting tech wave that has the potential to also transform these existing domains that we are talking about. Then it's good news for us. African governments can now view quantum technologies or these emerging technologies we are talking about as engines for economic development aside the research and other areas we are looking at. It will also drive the economy as well in terms of large public investments in technology infrastructure, in terms of promotion of innovation, ecosystems, in terms of integration of ICT into our e-governance and public service as well. This is to be expected anyway if quantum technology is going to demonstrate a very clear economic benefit. Then in terms of QST, we can also talk about investments, ecosystem development. We can also talk about integration, for which all the Sub-Saharan African countries agree on. And since it is very positive for us, then there needs to be, some policy goals as well. But then the challenges for us in Africa, discussed by my colleagues in Ghana, my colleagues in Nigeria and Zimbabwe, you realize that the challenges that are common to all of us are: one, institutional weakness. We have fragmented governance as well, which also does not give room for some of these emerging technologies to actually take its full effect. Then the misalignment that we also talk about. There are multi-stakeholder approaches are emphasized, but then we are saying that practical follow-through can just be uneven in all these areas. So then there is a need to actually design a policy which can look at infrastructure deployment decisions. We can also look in the area of procurement choices or network or system configurations as well can also be considered. And these de facto policies, it will actually shape citizen experience and governance outcomes more than the formal legislation that we actually concentrate on. If it is so, then considering quantum science and technology, in terms of ready networks, in terms of encryption, in terms of infrastructure decision, will function as policy long before explicit QT laws exist. Since we are talking about ELSA, then the questions for us in Africa when it comes to this ethical, legal, and social issues can be looked at in different ways, especially in the area of data and information. The question we should be asking ourselves is, how should quantum-generated data be defined, protected, and governed as well? With just the ending presentation from Chile, Chile doesn't want to be left out as well. But then, in as much as Africa doesn't want to be left out, the concern is how? And what are the implications of post-quantum cryptography in terms of privacy, security, and national sovereignty? Because these are very key areas in terms of ELSA, discussing ELSA. Then the concern is, what's the limit for privacy? What's the limit for security and the national sovereignty that we face as well? When you come to policy and implementation, another question we are asking is, how can Africa states ensure effective implementation of QT strategies given fragmented governance as well? Because we did mention about fragmented governance, we did mention about the sovereignty in governance. So if QT is here now in Africa, how do we ensure the effectiveness of it? If institutions are operating independently, if institutions do not want to collaborate, then in terms of governance as well, what happens? Which de facto policies, is it infrastructure, system design, or procurement might shape quantum technologies outcome for us? And how can this align with the societal goals as well? Then when you talk about economic and innovation, we need to actually be concerned there as well. So can quantum technology drive economic development without exacerbating inequality? what investments and incentives are needed to build local R&D, startups, and skills pipelines. Then the ethical and social thing we may want to discuss is how QT affects digital inclusion and equitable access to services. Then what are the risks for human rights, surveillance, and societal autonomy? At the end, the question we are asking is, how will quantum technology reshape existing domains? Because the existing domains already, there's the AI, there's a machine learning, there's a digital infrastructure. And what will ELSA risk arise from these intersections we are discussing today? If we have these concerns as Africans in terms of ethical, legal, and social issues, then the question now we want to look at how to prepare Africa for quantum technologies. We need to be strategic. And in being strategic, we acknowledge that Africa already has minerals and emerging tech ecosystem, which actually offers unique leverage for QT development. So now talking about quantum sensing, quantum simulation, with the applications being discussed in quantum science and technology, then Africa is actually placed at an advantage point where these applications can actually be applied in terms of mineral and exploration, in terms of water exploration, in terms of agriculture, communication. It looks like Africa has all this where they could actually benefit from quantum technology developments. Then proactive policy as well can ensure these resources benefit society and economy. Another area to consider is governance and implementation. We did mention earlier about the fragmented governance and weak global engagements actually pose challenges. But then if we have these strategies, example, like the national strategies, the regional strategies, and all that, it can actually shape outcomes more than the written laws that we look at. Then talk about data-centric on ethical, legal, social aspects. QT revolves around this: data generation, transformation, transmission, and protections. So the key concern areas will be the privacy, I mentioned, the security, the equitable access, and the societal impact it will have on each country in Africa as well. There is also a need for international and collaborative dimension. So not a solo, let me take the words from Chile's presentation, not a solo collaboration as well for Sub-Saharan Africa, but then we are looking for a collaboration that can help shape the global tech agenda for Africa. Then the multi-stakeholder networks as well, the AU harmonization efforts, the ECOWAS efforts, they are all vital, and UNESCO, they are all vital for a coherent regulation in Africa. Capacity building is very important. So in our meeting, most of the things drilled on was on capacity building, which is currently what is happening in Africa. So we have groups like Heal World with different chapters in most of the African countries. So there's a Heal Nigeria, there's Heal Ghana, there was a Heal Zimbabwe as well. And there are training institutions like the Quantum Leap African in Luanda. There is the African Institute for Mathematical Sciences, which is in about 5 African countries. That's when it comes to capacity building and educational research, there is progress in that area. But then more also need to be done in terms of trainings and in terms of workshop. As we talk about trainings and workshop, we also discussed the bottom-up approach, where we need to actually look at the younger generations, how to train them, how to introduce QT to them so that they move from one level, from the junior high level to the tertiary as well. If there's training and workshop, then curriculum development will be very important for Sub-Saharan Africa. It will be important for the educational institutions as well. Then in terms of capacity building, we can talk about, since we are talking about educational research, then for the tertiary institutions, for governance, it is important to look at models for regional centers of excellence in Sub-Saharan Africa, where active research can take place for us. The way forward for us is anticipatory governance and integration of ELSA considerations before deployments are essential. Then also we can align QT implementation with societal benefits, equity, and sustainable developments. Thank you so much from Sub-Saharan Africa.
Thank you, everybody. First of all, I wanted to thank for the opportunity to be here, and I'm sad that I am unable to be in person, but grateful that I am able to participate virtually. So my name is Claudia Fracchiola. I work at the American Physical Society in the Department of Public Engagement and Public Affairs, and I also serve as Secretariat Coordinator for the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. I'm going to give you a little bit of a background about me because it connects with the topic that we're all talking about. So I have spent the majority of my career at the intersection of physics and people. I was a student, an undergraduate student in Venezuela, and I was trying to understand the universe. And I have had many opportunities throughout my career path that now are helping me build the systems that make that initial curiosity accessible to people. So what I'm going to focus today is not just about quantum as a scientific field, but the ecosystem that we are all been discussing. So what is that living global network of people, ideas, and opportunities? Oops. It's like not transitioning. There you go. So what I'm showing here is not new to anybody. The quantum technology field has grown dramatically in the past decade. There is global public investment that exceeds the $10 billion from like the European flagship initiatives, efforts in Canada, China, and the United States. And that is saying something already. Government investments are now a billion-dollar industry on its own, and quantum has been no longer a niche corner of physics, but is a global cross-sector movement. But growth doesn't automatically mean access. And, you know, as the ecosystem expands, the nature of the work is shifting too. So recent work developed by some of my colleagues and students show that industry leaders are needing people who can connect the quantum principles to the real world application, not just researchers, but also engineers, technicians, communicators. This particular study that I'm showing here was developed by Shams El-Adawi at CU Boulder, and companies are describing this trend from a movement from fundamental research towards implementation. There's an anticipation that this will expand across all education levels, but right now the majority of the degrees programs are still concentrating in PhD level at big universities. Particularly if this focuses on the US, 61 institutions and over 500 courses in the US alone, but at the PhD level. But we need to broaden that access, bringing hardware and professional skills into the classrooms, making sure that students everywhere can find a path into this field. My own background has cross research, education, and public engagement. And diversifying this experience is exactly what is needed for the next quantum generation. So when I was an undergraduate in Venezuela, I was fascinated by quantum algorithms. And I clearly remember, so for our last year as an undergraduate, I had to develop a capstone project. And I went to one of my professors and asked him if I could work on learning about quantum algorithms. But unfortunately, at the time, there was no one in that department who could supervise that kind of project. There was no research programs, no mentor, no network, nationally or internationally, that we could tap into. So I had to pivot to move into high energy physics. And I love chasing neutrinos and understanding the origins of the universe. But that showed me something, that access doesn't determine participation. And I know that this is not just my case, right? Like some of the speakers before this were presenting this into their own country or region landscape. These happens in entire regions of the world. The International Year of Quantum, it's meant to be not just a celebration of 100 years of quantum discoveries, but it also carries a responsibility mandate. It's an opportunity to make access real. So during the proclamation year, and apologies, it's very early on where I am, so like I haven't had enough coffee. So if I'm being a bit slow, it's because I'm lacking the coffee. So during the proclamation process, more than 70 countries contributed, like supported the proclamation. And the large majority of those countries came from the global south. And this is telling us something, right? Like this is telling us that there is a big hunger in not only learning quantum, but, you know, as Carla and Dorca says, there is a desire to also be part of shaping this quantum ecosystem and be participants and not just observers or users of these technologies. Countries want to build their own infrastructure, their own talent, their own strategies, not be users and receivers of that technology. Quantum is global, but it's certainly not equitable right now. So the actual language of the IYQ proclamation talked about raising awareness and developing educational opportunities and encouraging collaborations across nations and sectors. When we look at the global map and we saw what was happening in practice, we saw that more than 1,000 events were registered worldwide. And why is that? There it is. Sorry. More than 1,000 events were generated worldwide. And this, you know, spans from teacher workshops in Ghana to research symposiums in India, art installations in Europe, student programs in Latin America. So people want to participate in shaping the quantum future, and IYQ is not just prompting an activity, is revealing that appetite for learning, connection, and agency. At the same time, it's showing us that there are still gaps in who is able to participate, who's leading, and where the deeper support is still needed. There, that's the one that I need to show now. And when we look closely into the data of, you know, what type of events are being submitted, almost half of them are focused on education and training. So these showcases that communities around the world are eager to learn, build skills, and grow their local expertise, as you know, we heard from Latin America and Africa. Some percentages of those are focused around research, and then everything else, such as public engagement, industry, arts, governance, appears in smaller but meaningful ways. But something that I think that it's important to highlight is that IYQ has not just served as a platform for sharing science, but also it has served as a mechanism for enabling access. And so what's more important is that it is a global demand for capacity building. And responding to that demand is at the heart of the responsible quantum ecosystem. Now, if we look at who is driving these activities, that is also important to pay attention to. So around 1 in 10 events are organized by NGOs and professional societies, at least the ones that we get access to, right? Like, I'm sure that there are many other activities that are happening across the globe that we are not hearing about because they're not being registered on the website, but from what we see. And industry and government appear in smaller numbers, but the most important thing is that almost half of the events involve multi-sector collaboration. So there's academia working with nonprofits, governments working with industries and universities, and companies working with research teams. And so this is exactly the kind of ecosystem that we need for a responsible quantum future. Not a single type of institution leading from the top, but many actors contributing, coordinating, and shaping together. So I'm glad to see that IYQ is showing beginnings of plural distributed governance network. So the UN, right, proclamation calls for an increased international cooperation in quantum science and for capacity building, and it particularly emphasizes in developing countries and opening space for women in the field. So that is more than a statement of intent. It is actually an invitation to all of us to reimagine how we build the global quantum ecosystem. This image that I'm trying to present here, it's capturing what IYQ is revealing in practice. So access and inclusions sit at the center of a responsible quantum future, but it needs to be supported by education, workforce development, industry and society level participation. We cannot ignore that aspect, right? Often scientists feel that we are not part of our communities, that we are not part of the society that we actually intended to build. So in order to invite for a responsible quantum ecosystem, we need to make sure that we make communities and societies as participants, as scientists in developing and shaping the quantum future. So everything we've seen during IYQ, the events, the partnerships, the collaborations, tell us that responsibility in quantum begins with who gets to learn, who gets to join, who gets to shape this field. And if we are able to do this right, then the legacy of IYQ won't be the technologies alone. It will be relationships, trust, share, purpose. So quantum responsibility begins where access begins. And the question is, what do we do next? And, you know, before I leave, so this is a picture of one of the Innovation Fund events that I had the pleasure to work with, where we work with an organization based in Africa who develop quantum education kits to work in school, and we work with local teachers to develop the curriculum and then distribute it in the classroom. So with that, I want to leave you and invite you to think about how you all are contributing and inviting others to participate. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation to talk about the World Quantum Day. And congratulations to Zeki, Pieter, and colleagues for this great event. I had the chance to listen to the previous talks, extremely interesting and very diverse from different continents. Also very interesting numbers that Claudia showed for the IYQ. And I'm really sorry I could not be there in person with you, but I'm at another event in England. So I want to tell you about the World Quantum Day, which is normally celebrated on or around April 14th, but of course in this special year of quantum, every day is a quantum day. So let me see if the slides work. Let me wish you a happy International Year of Quantum Science and Technology, and tell you about the idea of the World Quantum Day. Also, I want to start by noticing that Google did a special quantum doodle on April 14th this year for the World Quantum Day in many countries, if I'm not mistaken, including in Turkey and other countries. But so what is the World Quantum Day? Sorry. So this is an initiative that started completely bottom up, and is bottom up, that brought together quantum scientists from more than 65 countries. And we came together in 2021, on April 14th of 2021, and we announced a talk by Alain Aspect in 2021. Just it was very nice that the next year he got the Nobel Prize for Physics with John Clauser and Anton Zeilinger. And so on April 14th, 2021, we announced this talk online. We were still during the pandemic and the lockdowns, with Alain Aspect, to announce the launch of the World Quantum Day the following year. So in 2021, we had the pre-launch to explain the concept, to communicate to the community, and Alain Aspect kindly gave the talk that kicked this off with the plan to say, okay, in a year from now, in April 14th, 2022, we want to start celebrating the World Quantum Day. The idea is this just an occasion, a good excuse to, you know, do something about quantum science and technology. And already there we were surprised, because the idea was that there would be only this one event online, but already colleagues from other countries, from some countries, wanted to have an event already that year. So I think there were one event in each continent, if I'm not mistaken, already in 21, although this was not planned, and so this was a very nice development. And so things really picked up. So the first year, 2022, we had more than 200 events covering more than 44 countries, 17 different languages. And this is really, and the idea is to do this every year. And this is really an invitation to all stakeholders from all aspects of society, all backgrounds, who want to have a conversation or have an event or have a discussion or have an artistic creation or a competition or an engagement with political deciders, and use this excuse of April 14 to talk about quantum. And so this is the idea. So I think this it continued growing over the last years, and this year I think is from the second year, if I'm not mistaken. And so, you know, large concentration in Europe and North America, also some participation in Asia, Latin America. But since the beginning, we managed to have events in Africa, which has been always a priority, and things are growing. And, you know, we have a few dots, but I remember maybe in the first day in the first year in 2022, we had one event in China, which was online. Again, this was still the end of the pandemic and the lockdown. It was a single event online, but it had 1 million participants or something crazy number like that. So it was very, very popular. And so things really picked up. And so all sorts of stakeholders started, you know, taking this opportunity, and that was precisely the goal, to use it. So here is the Munich Quantum Valley, so a network of many research organizations who celebrated World Quantum Day, and then they posted on social networks. In Italy, things really developed very, very significantly and interestingly. So essentially, the World Quantum Day is celebrated for 2 months, since mid-March to mid-May. And so they have a national initiative of, you know, with many cities involved, with exhibitions that go from city to city, competitions, and of course, colloquia, public talks, lab tours, etc. And one of the reasons for this was that the first April 14th, 2022, was coinciding with the school break for Easter in Catholic countries. And so there was this question, what happens if we don't celebrate it exactly on April 14th? And our feedback was, it doesn't matter. I mean, you know, I can tell you later about why April 14th essentially is Planck's constant in some unusual units, so that it doesn't, that the day is not in June when many or most schools and universities are on the summer recess. And so, you know, the date is not important. In fact, our slogan since the beginning was every day is a quantum day. This was from our colleague Marcelo Santos in Brazil when we were trying to discuss a date, and he said, well, I'm a quantum scientist, for me every day is a quantum day. So we did discuss this with the historians. I can tell you the story later, but you know, we are never picky about the date. And so, you know, normally the events of the World Quantum Day are a distribution that goes from mid-March to mid-May, with the Gaussian distribution with the peak around April 14th. And so Italy really showing a great example around the world of many activities for 8 weeks around the World Quantum Day. So, for example, I want me to tell you also what we try to do around the Portuguese language from the Portuguese Quantum Institute in Portugal. We created, we have an annual event which we call Quantum at School in Portuguese, where we connect high school students and teachers from all countries of speaking Portuguese. And so this is Portugal in Europe, Brazil, and then 5 countries in Africa and East Timor in Asia. So we connect, you know, 4 continents. And so we have more than 200 schools. This year, our event, which is hybrid online and in person in Lisbon, but mainly online, we had more than 2,000 students all around the world. We also created, by request of the teachers, a competition where high school students have to create a small video of 2 minutes or 3 minutes explaining quantum. And so this is just to give you an example that activities do not need to be localized. They can be around a particular target audience, like for schools. And so this idea of quantum at school is for any country, any language. They can be a way to connect people across different parts of a country or different parts of the globe, in this case, around the language. And many of these things can be reproduced for and improved for other languages and other regions. Society is also, you know, joined this initiative. So, for example, the Institute of Physics and Physics World had some special web page for the World Quantum Day. They have a prize that was the early career Quantum Award, whose winners were announced on the World Quantum Day. In the UK, where I'm now, they chose to present a study about innovation in quantum technology. They chose to announce it on the World Quantum Day. Optica, when they created a new journal called Optica Quantum, they chose the World Quantum Day for their announcement. And then, you know, companies are celebrating the World Quantum Day, so industry also got involved. Governments got involved, and so you can see here from the previous, this I think was immediately in the first year in the previous administration, former President Biden looking at the quantum computer, the National Science Foundation, to give more examples in the US. We have quite a few examples from the US. The European Commission in the European Union, also here with Schrödinger and his cat celebrating the World Quantum Day. So governments around the world picking up also on this. Then NASA and other stakeholders in the US invited some famous Hollywood actors for their communication on the World Quantum Day. And this, I want to credit our representative in the USA, Spiros Michalakis. He managed something really cool. And so you may know about this TV quiz show called Jeopardy. And it's the longest continuously running general cultural TV quiz show, or TV quiz show in general, running since 1964. So it's the oldest one. And it's about, you know, general knowledge. And in this very long history, they had never had any category of questions related to quantum science. And so with Spiros, for an emission that took place on the 10th of April, so in the week of the World Quantum Day, for the first time in their very long history, this popular culture quiz show had a section or a category on quantum science. So really a very interesting and original way to reach out to the general public. And there's many things you can find in the social media if you use these keywords about these many initiatives. So how does the World Quantum Day work? Well, it's essentially a bottom-up initiative. Anyone can go to the website, submit their event. We do a quick sanity check, crazy, not crazy, just to avoid these quantum therapies, quantum gurus. Never happened, but it could happen. We don't want to endorse that. And that's it. And then you get a dot in the map, etc. And this was also a model, but I think this is not original for the International Year of Quantum. Let me tell you about quickly some particular initiatives that the World Quantum Day launched for the International Year of Quantum that we want to continue in the future. But I was telling you that there's this sanity check for the submissions. And so we actually have this network of quantum experts, I think now more than 70 countries. And the criterion to be in this network, you have to be a quantum scientist that has capacity to network in your country. And we can have up to 2 representatives in the country, and then we have an ambassador scheme where we can involve many other people. We want to involve as many people as possible. Everybody is welcome if you want to contribute. But the very important aspect is that when we get a submission, we need an expert, someone who knows about quantum science, to validate it, right? So imagine we get a submission from the country of Georgia in their own alphabet. And we cannot assess if this is, a nice event or not. Then it's very easy. This generates an email that goes to our representative in the country of Georgia, conveniently called George. And then George very quickly can recognize, yes, I know this colleague. Yes, I know this student society. This is a great event. It's just a yes, no question answer. And then we publish it. And so it's very important for legitimacy. And unexpectedly, so this was the motivation to create this network. What we realize is that this is a very interesting and unique network because it's a network of experts with true global reach, with a very significant reach in the global south. And so soon after we launched this, the colleagues from many of these countries started asking us how we could leverage this network to also think about other ways of scientific collaboration, capacity building, etc. So we never went that route because this is essentially an outreach initiative, but it's something to consider. I think it's quite a unique network because it's very trusted, highly qualified experts from all around the world. So 2 initiatives for this year, and I try to finish soon. One is the Quantum Cities. So if you submit an event that is taking place in a city, which is typically the case for all of them, and if it is approved, so this is just our regular scheme of approving events, then your city becomes a quantum city. And so we have many quantum cities around the world. We've been exchanging data with the IYQ, so all events that are submitted to our website are sent semi-automatically to the IYQ and vice versa. But from the numbers Claudia showed that are very impressive, congratulations. I think maybe the flow of data is not functioning super well because I see the numbers on our side are not updated. So this is something we have to check. And so we have many quantum cities. If you organize an event like this today in Istanbul, and you make it to the map of the IYQ or here, it's the same, then you can go to the website, generate in any alphabet a logo for your city, and then you can use it and claim your city as a quantum city. People can check the QR code for the official certified quantum cities. And this is an initiative that was very successful that we want to continue in future years. We also had this very ambitious goal of trying to have a quantum event in every country of the world. And so far we have reached 71 countries, but again, I think the data we may be missing some data from IYQ, so hopefully we'll fix that soon, and these numbers I think might be larger. So this of course was a very utopic goal, but was a motivation to try and get events in as many countries as possible. We got many in Africa, which is great. Besides the other, more usual countries. And if your country is still not on the map, there is still chances to organize something until December or maybe until early February when the official closing of the international year takes place. And if we can help in any way, just feel free to contact us. And this is it. And so just a final remark. One very interesting project has been to invite translations of the World Quantum Day into different languages. And we wait for inputs from the community, from the anyone in the world. It's not like we want to have as many languages as possible by going to Google or AI and translate it. We want people to submit. And this has been a very interesting process. And we want people to feel they own the World Quantum Day. They want their identity, their culture, their language to be there. And this has been a very interesting experience. So if if the World Quantum Day is still not translated into your language, do submit your translation. And this is it. I think I'm running out of time. So if you want to follow us, there's a website, worldquantumday.org, social media accounts, etc. There's a team and some sponsors that allow this to kick off. And if you want to contribute, this is very bottom-up, very open, very inclusive. You'll be very welcome to join us. And so we'll continue every year celebrating the World Quantum Day on and around April 14th. Thank you very much.